Show starts in 5 minutes.
A cup of whipped hot chocolate tastes great right now. Carnation's Cocoa Supreme, the delicious hot chocolate drink with the light, delicate flavor you like. Wouldn't a good hot cup taste good right now? Ask for a cup of whipped hot chocolate at our snack bar.
Show starts in 4 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 3 minutes.
Popcorn, candy, ooh, hot dog, popsicle. Oh boy, banana orange.
Show starts in 2 minutes.
Now listen, now listen, now listen. I'm the Dairy Queen, won't you come with me along the milkshake way? I've got lots of good surprises, fresh and yummy for you every day. There are malts and shakes and sundaes too, whenever you stop. And of course your very, very favorite, the cone with the curl on top.
You don't have to just dream about Dairy Queen. Your favorite Dairy Queen treat is a refreshing reality at your nearest Dairy Queen store.
Show starts in 1 minute.
For our patrons, men, women, boys, girls. Through the cooperation of leading business places, you may now have free admission to this theater. Ask for dividend tickets when you shop at Names of merchants who give dividend tickets are listed in the lobby of the theater and on circulars at the concession stand. Dividend tickets will be accepted on all standard box office priced films. So take a circular with you today and start saving dividend tickets tomorrow when you shop. See your next movie completely free.
And now, on with the show.
Hello, fellow humans. How are you this morning? We are live with Unibet Nanos. At the moment, we're playing the Nano Deep Impact 25-cent tournament. We've also got a free roll going on in the background. So welcome, 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 my fellow humans. Going to be trying to do this fairly regularly over the next little while. My whole point in this is to free roll my way into a Unibet Open Live tournament. The next one coming up is Sinea in the middle of February, which would be awesome to make. Although I'm starting to run out of time with that. If I don't make that one, I'll just roll it forward into the next one. And I think this year we're probably gonna manage to get there. We've come relatively close a couple of times. I've got a $10 ticket waiting around for me to use that I'm kind of itching to turn into a $50 ticket. I busted one the other day, 2 before the money. It's kind of gross, but it's, poker. So we're still going to do this. This whole thing started from a free roll. I've not made a deposit at all so far, and my whole point is try to run things up through free rolls. I've currently managed to get a bankroll of $12.38, as you see, after buying into this 25-cent Nano. It is a rebuy tournament, so I may fire multiple bullets depending on how we go. However, we did triple up relatively early on here with a pair of kings against a pair of queens, so things are going relatively well for us at the moment. Still late reg, so still lots of time to go, and still lots of things can happen over there. So I also happen to be playing a free roll at the moment, the 100 euro Hold'em free roll that's going on. I'm not going to spend too much stream time paying attention to that, but I'm playing that in the background just so you guys know. We're going to spend most of our time focusing on the Nano Deep Impact, and I'm going to be registering the Dark Matter probably at 11, maybe the Comet as well. There is a free roll that Davish is running that might run, although I think he's offline now, so it may or may not run. I'm not sure. So I might jump into that one. We'll see. I'm going to have a few tables going for a couple of hours, most likely. So we'll see how it goes. I'm probably not going to stream every day, but I'll probably stream couple of times a week. This time is going to be sort of the main time that that I'm online. We'll go from there. Got somebody saying "what the fuck" in the chat. This is just my intro stuff coming up. Ran old-timey movie stuff coming up. I'm also going to do old-timey commercials during my break times. Things are about to start going now. The break is just going. I'm on a 4-minute delay, so things are going to be a bit behind between chat and other stuff. But yeah, come in and have fun. Alrighty, so it is now just come in the 4-minute delay, so we are running. Welcome again, everybody. As I said, we're playing a Nano Deep Impact at the moment, 25-cent buy-in, rebuy, and we'll probably fire an extra bullet if we bust out of this, although, as I said, we tripled up early on, so things are going reasonably well. Just got some interesting action over on my free roll table at the moment. I was able to get in for a free flop on this in my big blind. So I think my king is probably going to be good a lot of the time here. I don't think there's an ace that's necessarily going in, and I think what we're just going to do is we're going to put him in and hope for the best. Hope he doesn't have the ace. You know, he does have the ace. Oh well, that's life. I sort of expected that from the limp he wasn't going to have the ace, but it's a little hard to range people in these free rolls because, frankly, there's a lot of people that play with literally no strategy in mind whatsoever, it seems like. So, a little bit hard to know where you are and where other people are at this point. We're going to go back to the other table now. I got 7-8 suited in the big blind. We've got a raise and a call. Both these players have been relatively active so far, so I think we're going to call and see what we get on a flop. Top pair, that's a nice flop for us. We got some backdoor, we got a gut shot and some other straight possibilities, backdoor flushes. So I think what we're going to do is we might donk bet into this, but we're going to check and let the initial raiser bet out, see what happens. I think we're definitely calling a half pot bet here. Top pair and our gut shot and backdoor outs I think are worth coming in on. And I mean the pot odds are just getting all that much better. We could potentially put in a raise here, but I think that's just going to clear people out, and we don't necessarily need to do that at the moment. So I'm just going to call behind, see what happens. Pairing the 6 isn't great. It doesn't bring in our backdoor draws, and anybody who is on a 6 is already has just gotten ahead of us. But don't necessarily think that we're raising sixes here. He could be calling something like an ace-6 or something like I'm running with like a 6-7 or something, but I'm blocking the 7. There's 5 6s, which could be there for sure. But I think I still have to see the river on this and see where we go from here. So the river bricks out with the deuce. I suppose it's not really a deuce. 3-5 gets there. I suppose it's not really a brick because 3-5 gets there, but I think we're going to check call here, and I think the 7's going to be good a lot. Yeah. Alrighty, so we got 7-10 in the 7-10 in the small blind. Suited is nice, but we probably get rid of we frankly probably get rid of 7-10 in the small blind when it comes around to us. Even suited. You can get in, you can see a flop, and actually I probably do see a flop if it comes around. Now that it's been raised, I get out of the way. If I can see a flop for limps, I probably do at this point, and then when I flop a monster, I can go big with it, but otherwise we'll just get out of the way. Just doing some Twitter stuff here. Alrighty. Maybe do a bit of Facebook as well. Sorry for being quiet, but I'm just doing some social media stuff here. Still got a bit of a stack in the free roll. I managed to run it up a little bit. I was down pretty low after making that call with the king against the ace, but managed to spin it up again with I believe it was a pair of jacks that got me like tripled up. So we're doing good now. Jack 3, we'll just get rid of that. Obviously, not worth thinking much about. I quit smoking a year ago, so that's what this is. It's nice to get off the tobacco. I don't necessarily think this is healthy, but I'm positive it's healthier. So we got a pair of sevens, and we have a 3.5x plus raise from a relatively small stack. I think we're going to call, see what the flop brings, and go from there. We could probably put in a 3-bet there as well, but sevens doesn't necessarily flop all that great when we get called by the 3-bet, and we get pretty isolated by a 4-bet. So I think the call behind is good. So now he's bet small. Likely means he missed the king, and we're still better than any 4 deuce. So I think we're going to definitely call behind here. That ace is not good for our hand, obviously, because he's raising with aces a lot. But he could also be raising with a pair he's scared of the ace-king now with these small bets. That said, I'm probably doing pretty badly against those pairs as well, so I'm just going to get out of the way at this point, I think. Ace-10 under the gun, suited. I think we'll get in. We'll get involved with that with just under a 3x raise, I think. So we've got some calls over here in the nano. We flop 1 spade. Got overcards to the board. Not much else going on, but I think we need to continue since we raised pre. It's probably worth. He's donk betting into us. Probably means he hit this flop in some way or another. You know what? I'm just gonna get out of the way, I think. If the ace-10 is, overcards, obviously. We got the backdoor spades. But I just have a feeling that when he's donk betting into me like that, it's probably going to be a relatively big hand. he's hit something. King 10 off, not a bad hand to go with. I don't know that we're gonna call 4x raises, although we've got a call from behind. I wonder if we should be calling a 4x raise. I think King 10 off is probably pretty weak to be calling 4x raises with, even with the pot odds that we've got. I think we're going to get out of the way. I think someone just popped into my channel. Hello, hello, hello. If you're just come online, it's nice to see you here. Say hello in chat. We're on a 4-minute delay, so I am a bit behind, but I'm also monitoring my chat window, so you can say hello there if you like. At the moment, I'm playing the 25-cent Nano Deep Impact on Unibet. I've also got a 100 euro Hold'em free roll running in the background as well that we're playing with. Probably going to jump into another nano or two at the top of the hour. There's a dark matter that starts then, and a comet, I believe, that I've played a few times that are pretty good tournaments. I think Ace Jack's offsuit. I think we're going to call behind and see what we get there with this. Yeah, I didn't really hit enough of that flop to continue with a bet like that, so I think we'll just get out of the way. Yeah, fold my 6-9 offsuit. Still haven't really finalized my my background and my stream layout yet. Still playing around with it. Relatively happy with what I've got at the moment, but I'm going to put other stuff. I'm going to do other stuff, I think, as we go farther along. For now, I'm relatively happy with what's going on, and I mean, really, all I'm doing this for. The truth is, I talk to myself about hands anyways when I'm playing, and I figure I look kind of crazy sitting here by myself talking to myself about poker hands as I'm playing them. So I figure I may as well put a headset on and stream, and then that way I look slightly less crazy when I'm sitting here talking to myself about poker hands. Now, it's always nice if people come along and listen to me as well, but I'm not really necessarily expecting that. I'm mostly here to talk through the hands as I play them, and I find it helps me get through my thought process better as I'm playing. So if you're here, I'm glad to have you here, and otherwise, I'm glad to hang out by myself as well and talk myself through the hands. Like I said, it makes you look slightly less crazy if I'm wearing a headset and streaming while I talk to myself. So it's a small thing, but you know, I always like to pick up the small pots where I can. We're all in with ace-3 suited in the free roll. Let's bring that up, and we'll see how it goes. Get called by a pair of jacks. That's not good. That's not good. And that's not good. We're done the free roll. That's the way it goes. So the free roll's dead. Those are pretty spotty tournaments, anyways. You win some, you lose some in them, kind of thing, and you lose a lot because, I mean, it's that one's a little bit better than normal because it's 100. So there's I think it's 73 people get paid in that or something like that. So it's a reasonably decent, it's like 7% of the field gets paid. Most of the 25 euro free rolls, it's like 18 players out of 1,000 get paid. So it's a really, really, really tough slog to make it to the money. You can get there obviously, and ABC Poker gets you there a fair bit, but you're also run into pretty stupid spots a lot too, where you get cracked with good hands because people are just playing things that they have no business being there. But it's the way it goes. So at the moment, we are only playing the Nano Deep Impact. It is a rebuy tournament, which we'll probably fire bullets at if we have to. It doesn't look like we're going to have to this time, but you never know. We still got lots of time for lots of things to happen. I'll reg the Nano Dark Matter and maybe the Nano Comet at 11 as well, which is coming up in 10 minutes time. I got a few more viewers popping in. That's great. Nice to see people. We are on a 4-minute delay, as it says on the title. So, welcome. Say hello in chat if you're around. I am monitoring chat. We are 4 minutes behind with our delay, but I might very well type something in the chat live if you're around. Thank you for coming and watching our stream. Got a pair of sixes, and I think we definitely got a call here and see what the flop is. We could put in a 4-bet and try to isolate. In fact, I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to put in a 4-bet to about 29.97. That way it isolates us. We're probably not going to be playing a pot against quite as many. Well, I was going to say not quite as many people, but instead all we've done apparently is bloated this pot with our pair of sixes. Not the best spot in the world. I was hoping to be able to isolate with a bit of this. I guess we isolated one person out. Let's push 2 people out, so it's not too bad. Hate seeing the ace-king, obviously. We had raises and calls, so there's a good chance that I'm not doing so good on that flop. So I'm going to check behind and see what we get. I mean, I probably can't continue here, but he's all in. We're still going to have 9,000 chips, which is over a starting stack. We can build ourselves back up again. We can hit a 6. We're probably behind at this point, but I think I'm going to call just for kicks. Yeah, the ace-7. Kind of sucks. I mean, I knew he has an ace there, and I know I'm probably behind when I make that call, but the pot odds are good. We're closing the action with his shove, and I don't really feel like I could just give him the chips there necessarily. So kind of sucks to lose, but we're still here. And it's obvious that he's playing fairly aggro there. That ace-7 open for 4 big blinds, fairly chunky on that one. So I think we're gonna. So in a spot like this where I'm on the button and he's in the big blind, I'm gonna be playing this one pretty aggro. So we're gonna go to 663 roughly, so a bit over 3x. And I'm expecting him to come over top of me, frankly. Oh, he didn't? That's cool. So we've still got our overcards, and I'm going to put a bet in. I'm going to put a continuation bet in here. I don't necessarily think he's hit anything, so we're going to call behind because we've got overcards. So I think that's him signaling that he's giving up, but I think we're just going to check back and see what happens on the river. He might be able to push us off on the river with a huge bet, but I also think he's probably going to check to us. I think he's given up after the flop. Um, and I think we probably check back and win against a lot of random hands that he has in this spot. Yep, like that. So we had ace-8 offsuit, one limper into this pot. I'm not really big on the ace-rags offsuit like that. I mean, I'm in the cutoff, so I've got decent position on the hand, and I could probably get involved with it. But equally, they're a pretty easy fold as well at that point. And part of these nanos, I find, although this is a rebuy, so I can fire extra bullets if things go badly for me. It's one of the reasons why I was willing to call off there with the sixes, even though I expected to be behind. But at the same time, it's sort of a balance between stack preservation and trying to build your stack in these, because there are spots that you're going to get into that are pretty weird, that you don't find in larger buy-in tournaments with maybe more experienced players in them. So I'm going to put in a raise here. I'm not going to put in a huge raise. Put in just a little bit over 2x, I think. Got the suited ace. Got a call from our active QWERTY friend, which is cool, you know. I have some people that have said they're going to come and play against me, so maybe we've got some of those on the stream. If you are on the table, come and say hello. Of course, you wouldn't be hearing this if you're not actually here, so I'm not sure why I'm saying that, but you know, it's cool. So I think we'll bet our pair now. I think that his check back probably indicates that he didn't hit the flop. Now we've got two pair, and I think I'm pretty happy to put in a value bet. I'm pretty happy to put in a value bet on that. About half pot value bet, I think. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So we got a break going. I'm going to run some old-timey commercials during the break, so I'll be back shortly.
Now, from Hunt's, Steakhouse Catsup. Made for meat. A hearty new steakhouse taste. Made for meat. New Steakhouse Catsup. It's one of the 4 big tomato catsups from Hunt's. There's regular, hickory, pizza, and new Steakhouse Catsup. Made for meat.
To make fried chicken crisp on the outside, moist on the inside, you've got to get the oil hot enough. Wesson is pure vegetable oil. At frying temperatures, it won't burn like butter, won't smoke like solid shortening, won't smell like oils that need preservatives. Wesson makes fried foods crisp. Wesson, the crisp oil.
This is the FBI. Drop your weapons and put up your hands.
Fighting enemies of the United States is the job of the FBI. Enemies whose crimes are frequently more fantastic than fiction. Inspector Lou Erskine is one of this special breed of dedicated FBI men who protect our country from the enemy within. Watch the FBI in action color on ABC.
In the quiet moments, there are no words. The important things you say with your eyes. Make sure your eyes are eloquent, beautiful. Make sure with Maybelline, the eye makeup that brings out hidden loveliness. With Maybelline, even eyes like these quickly and easily become eloquent eyes. Remember, the important things are said with your eyes. Maybelline makes even ordinary eyes important. Discover Ultra Brow with the contour brush that softly shapes expressive brows. Ultra Shadow veils soft color with brush-on ease. Maybelline Fluid Eyeliner adds depth and expression. And Ultra Lash Mascara, the duo taper brush softly colors, curls, builds, lengthens. What will your eyes say to him tonight? Will they be silent, or will they be beautifully eloquent with Maybelline? The finest in eye makeup and sensibly priced is always Maybelline.
1, 2, 3, ready or not, here I come.
Dirt hides in elbows, dirt hides in knees, but dirt can't hide from intensified Tide.
Ready or not, Dirt, here comes new Intensified Tide.
Intensified? So what?
So it's the strongest Tide in detergent history. Dirt can't hide from Intensified Tide.
Prove it.
Hide Tommy's dirty socks inside his dirty shirt.
What?
Now, hide the shirt inside the pants leg.
Okay.
Put 'em with your regular wash load and Intensified Tide.
No detergent will get those hidden socks clean.
Well?
Pants are clean. Shirts clean. Amazing. Even the inside socks are clean, heel to toe. Knees, elbows, everything's cleaner looking. Can't hide from Intensified Tide.
Dirt can't hide from intensified Tide.
Strongest Tide in detergent history.
Jewels for your eyes. See what sparkling color can do. Beautiful jewel tone colors in fine eye makeup by Maybelline. Changes ordinary unadorned eyes to beautiful glowing eyes. Discover Maybelline Fluid Liners like liquid jewels to give eyes depth and dazzle. Maybelline Ultra Shadows like soft powdered jewels. Choose turquoise, shimmers like a tropic sea. Jade green like precious oriental jade. Dazzling sapphire blue, subtle amber brown or blue pearl gray. With Maybelline Ultra Brow soft brush-on color, Ultra Lash Mascara for longest lashes. What beauty treasure. Unadorned eyes look plain. Maybelline eyes are dazzling, jewel beautiful. Jewels for your eyes. The finest in eye makeup and sensibly priced is always Maybelline.
Alrighty, and we are back. Got 3 tournaments running at the moment. We have got we've got the Nano Dark Matter that just started, 20-cent buy-in. We've got the Nano Deep Impact that we've been playing for a while now. And we are in a Da Vinci free roll as well, which is kind of an interesting free roll. It doesn't give away tickets. He actually gives away cash, which is awesome and cool. I played a few of his. Alrighty, so we are actually in this hand right now, and we've just flopped 2 pairs, so I think I'm pretty happy. I was the initial raiser. Somebody 3-bet me though, so I'm actually going to check and let the 3-better put money in there. Obviously, there's 9-10s and ace-10s that could be out there. Heart draws are going to be going pretty hard on this as well. The Dark Matter is a freeze out, so we have to be a little bit more cautious with our stacks than this one, but we flopped 2 pair. I mean, there's obviously going to be straights out there. I think this is one that we need to put some money behind, frankly, and put our money in. It could be that we're out of this one super early. 9-10, yeah. Like I say, it's one of those ones that the 2 pair. Am I going to hit a hand that's a made hand at that point? I mean, I think I probably need to re-raise the 2 pair there to stave against draws. I'm not sure. Tell me in chat if that was a bad move or not. So we're gonna move on to that one is done now. That was a quick tournament, one hand, but hey, it's the way it goes. So this is the deep impact still, and we've also got the Davich free roll still running as well. I'm gonna focus most on the I'm gonna focus mostly on the deep impact. I'm gonna call with the suited queen and see what we get. Top pair. It was a limped pot, so I think we're going to throw out a bet here with our top pair. And we take down the pot. Oh no, not yet. There we go. So certainly he could have called behind with an ace. But I think we still have to put another bet out because we made it look like we had the hand, and I think we're going to keep betting on this. That's a nice chop pot. Got lucky there because he actually had the better queen. But I'm relatively happy to chop there. D7 we're going to get rid of. Actually, I think since we busted the dark matter, I think I'm going to jump in the comet. It's a 50-cent one. So yeah, let's jump in the comet as well. There's a nano. Alrighty, so we are jumped into the nano comet now as well. I think the comet is a free roll as well, or as a freeze out as well, actually. Let me have a quick check on that. Yes, the comet is a freeze out as well. 8,000 chips, 12-minute blind levels. This is a potentially a long one when it goes deep. I've cashed in this one a few times. I've gone relatively deep. I think I got sixth once in this one for something like $2 or $3. Let me just go back and look through my records. Sorry about this. I'm just having a look through my records. I thought I'd cashed this one a bunch of times, but it doesn't look like I have. Weird. Fold the ace-4 under the gun. Over there, I think. Alrighty, so this is the comet that has just begun. It is also a freeze out, so only one bullet, one and done in that one. And we'll switch between these and see what we get. Got Queen Jack suited here. We've got raises, but one raise, min raise, and calls. So I think we're definitely seeing a flop with this. I like top pair. We'll check through to the raiser and go from there on this. Obviously, top pair is a nice flop here. The initial raiser checks, which means we're betting if it comes to us. It does not. QWERTY, however, is our active player, which means we could easily be ahead of what they're betting at this point with our top pair and third kicker. So I think we're definitely calling behind on that. No surprise the initial raiser got out of the way after they checked. We're going to check back to QWERTY, let them do the betting here. Now that they've checked behind, we are going to throw less than a half pot bet out there because I want to get value out of this, and I'm not sure he's going to call larger bets, so we're going to throw, didn't call that one either, but 4-3 suited. We had a raise and then he didn't bother to continue last time, so I think we're going to call and see if we can't maybe take this pot away somewhere down the road. Ooh, it's going to be relatively easy to take this pot away somewhere down the road, I think. So we're going to check and let other people bet into our massively flopped hand here. Obviously, three's full. Again, I don't really feel like, well, I mean, there's two ways to look at this. I could bet, and people are going to think that I'm just throwing money out there, or I think I just got to check and hope somebody throws some money into the pot, tries to steal it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Now I have to throw money in. I can't actually just check a third time here, so just throw out a half pot bet. Hopefully people think I'm just trying to steal it. Yeah. It's a shame when you flop a hand like that, you can't get any action on it, but I mean, I suppose it's no surprise. So in the Nano, or in the Comet, we've just turned the nut straight. Gonna try to get some action out of Rim VD here. Don't get any action, so we're gonna bet into them. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger than half pot, hoping to make it look like a bluff. That's pretty gross when my ace queen beats his queen queen. He's probably complaining about me now. Getting there on him. Jack 9 suited. I think we're going to call, see a flop with this. Out of position, so that's not great, but can sort of assess what happens on the flop. We haven't really hit any piece of that flop, so we're pretty much just check folding out of here now. That was a very speculative call we were making there anyways, so. We're going to check. Just don't really have anything here. I mean, I could throw bluffs into this, but the pot's not really big enough to worry about, frankly, and I don't really want to get into a war at this point. $10-3, we're probably going to fold. So I played 95 cents worth of buy-ins so far today. I busted a 20-cent one really quickly. It was a freeze-out that got in with, that seemed like a pretty reasonable place to get in. 2-pair versus a flopped flush, and we're done. That's the way it goes. Or sorry, versus a flopped straight. You know, what are you gonna do? Suppose I could get away from it. I mean, there was 2 straights that were out there. There was the 9-10 and the ace-10 that could have been there. He had the 9-10, but I equally think that that he's out there with draws a lot of times as well. So, you know, I don't necessarily think my 2-pair call is terrible. That says when it's for all the chips and you're done. So one of the crazy things about these nanos is that people get an absurd amount of big blinds in. And you sort of have to be willing to call off with reasonably good hands in many cases because they'll do it with some pretty absurd holdings as well. So it's tough, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Got ace king down here. We're going to obviously put in a raise with that. Let's go to 103. A bit more than 2.5. So we get the backdoor diamonds coming for us there. Potentially. Got 2 overcards, obviously. Backdoor straight. Backdoor Broadway. So I think we're going to call, see one more street at least here, given all of our backdoor equity. In fact, we can still just flop an ace or king, right? Or turn an ace or king, right? So we've turned into both of our backdoor draws, and we're getting checked into. I think this is worth a bet at this point because we can take it down a lot of times here when he thinks we have diamonds already, and we've still got the redraws to the bigger, to the flush and to the straight later. So I think I have to bet a lot there, just because I'm going to brick out the river quite a bit, so I don't necessarily want to just check behind and see a river and go from there, because ace king, not necessarily going to be the best there unless I hit an ace or a king, and even then there's straights and things that could be there. So I think betting there is probably my best bet. So far it's been pretty slow in the Devich free roll. Haven't really had many hands there to speak of. Not much to do. We'll see how it goes. I've gone deep in that a couple times. I don't think I've ever won it, but I was like 3rd or 4th one day. Got ace jack in the Comet that I've just put a raise in with early position. Vrim VD seems to like to be calling us. We're going to continue bet this flop. We could easily have hit this in a variety of ways. And we got a fold. Nice fold. Yeah, queen 8. We're just going to get out of the way on this one. Got a pair of 5s in the Devich. We're gonna play that one fairly aggressively. Definitely putting in a raise here. Go to 197, something like that. It's like just under 2.5x. So we get a raise from Valiku, 3-bet from Valiku with our pair of fives. Relatively chunky 3-bet, like that's like 2.5. Not a huge 3-bet. These free rolls can be a little loose as well, so he doesn't necessarily have to have a huge hand to be 3-betting me like that. I could 4-bet get it in here fairly easily, I think, with fives, and I think I can get a lot of folds when I do that. I think I'm also going to be against and racing some of the time when I do that. So I could call behind as well and see what the flop brings, but I think we're going to have to fold out a lot of flops that way. So I think 4-bet, get it all in with fives here is probably my best bet. And we're up against the ace-king, and it just crushes us with king-king on the flop. So we're done. Well, we're not done. We get to play 500 chips because we were we had Valiku out-chipped. I'm still relatively happy with my decision there to 4-bet, get it in with the fives. I know I'm going to be racing there a fair bit against hands like the ace-king. I don't think there's necessarily a ton of big pairs there at that point. So I think I'm racing a lot, and in these free rolls, he can be doing it with a pretty wide range of hands as well. So I think I'm in good shape more often than I think. Alrighty, we got ace-3 of diamonds in the Comet on the button. So I think we're going to put in a bit of a raise with that when it comes around to us. So we've already got the guy in front of us putting in a 4x raise. Ace-3 starts to shrivel up a little bit at that point, but we are suited. We can flop wheels and things like that. So let's see what we get when we drop 3 cards onto the board. We got possession here as well, so we got the gut shot to the 5 for our wheel. And there's a good chance that doesn't hit the 4-bet or the 4x raiser. He checks to us, which is also a good indication that it hasn't hit him. So I think we're going to toss out a bet here. I think our ace high is going to be good some of the time, although not a lot of the time. But I think we can get folds here because I think we're going to take this pot down right here. So I think the 4x raiser guy checking back there tells me that he's got like an ace jack or something like that he doesn't want to get involved with anymore because it didn't hit anything on the flop. And he's just going to give it to me now. Oh, he doesn't. But that's okay. We pair our 3. So I think now we're definitely ahead on this hand, and we're going to keep trying to get value from our 3. Now that he's checked behind, or now that he's called us on that flop, I think we're just going to check back here. The clubs could have got there, and he could be on a bigger hand as well. Ace queen, like that. That's what we're expecting to see. All right, you got a pair of jacks over here, and we have flopped a set, although there is a very straighty backdoor flushy or flush draw-y board here. We got our active guy betting into us. We're just going to call behind. We can't, obviously, flopping a set is huge, and there's lots of ways he could still be on draws at this point. So he has got a pot-sized bet behind. I'll bet he shoves this, and we're snapping him off with our set, I think. Yep, it's a shove, and we're snapping him off with our set. I mean, he's obviously, there's king-queens out there, but he's on draws, 2 pairs, a lot here. He's actually on a jack, just a jack or a 10, a lot here. Pair of queens. So we take her down. puts us in pretty good shape. 18 places getting paid in this one so far. I don't know if registration is done on this or not. Yes, registration is closed. So 18 places getting paid. And we are currently sitting 14th of 67. So start going down relatively quickly at this point. Getting all our money in the DeVitch free roll with 4-5 of spades from the small blind. Might not be my smartest play of the day, but we don't have very much. We've got like just under 4 big blinds, so it's not really much to speak of anyways after we lost with our 5s there. But against ace 10, and we're done in the DeVitch free roll. So that one is finished. That's cool. No big deal. The free rolls are fun to play, and don't, once again, they're ones that you're out quickly quite often in those, I find, and it's a bit of a long slog to actually make it through to the paid spots in those. So at the moment we have got the 25 cent Nano Deep Impact running, at which we are 12 of 67 with 18 places paying. And we are also very early into the Nano Comet 50 cent tournament. Currently 6 of 24 in that with 6 people paying, but there's a long way to go. Long way to go yet on that one. Nice to see some folks in the chat. Say hello on chat if you're hanging about. We are playing Unibet, Nanos, and free rolls. Maybe a qualifier later today as well. The kind of point of this is to try to free roll my way into one of the Unibet Open Live events coming up, and kind of secondarily just to build myself a bankroll from zero on Unibet. Nice to be able to jump into the free rolls and stuff and go with this. And I am starting from exactly zero on this, so it's good. We're up to 1168 after today's buy-ins. We put in 90 cents of buy-ins so far today. Obviously calling with the king queen. Nice to flop 2 pair. 2 pairs with that. There's going to be some draws out there, obviously. The fact that we had things checked around to us means that there's not very often going to be sets out there. 4s maybe, but I think the small blind probably puts in a 3-bet with 4s if pre-flop if he does that. So I don't think there's 4s out there. I think our king queen, I think king 4, queen 4 is going to be there a lot in the small blind. So we could be basically coolering him. And I think we're just going to keep letting him bet into the pot, frankly, at this point, because there's not much happening. That does bring in some of the straights, maybe, but, I mean, it's just one of those things. If he's got the 10 jack, we're, I guess, good on him. Yeah, queen 4, like I thought. So, basically, it was a cooler right from the start on that one. So, what are you going to do? Put in a raise with our ace-deuce suited. Just a min raise like that because I suppose I could put in a little bit more at this point. So he's shoving 15 big blinds. I think ace-deuce is probably a bit weak to be calling off 15 big blind shove at this point. I think there's a good chance that he's doing it with a weaker hand than ace-deuce, but I also think that there's really no point in me risking that many chips on what is a relatively marginal hand in my case. Jack 8 will get out of the way. So that's the Comet at the moment. I'm sitting 6 of 28 in that. We still got 6 people paying, but as I said, like I say, it's a long ways out for Reg. I think we've got, yeah, late registration still runs for an hour and 41 minutes, so we got lots of time before anything starts getting paid in that one. That is a super deep event. For a 50 cent event, it is a really great structure that way. If you like playing if you like being able to play for a while at each blind level, and you like the slower structures, it is a great structure for that. So we got moved on the deep impact table. And so we've got a whole different set of people over here. We can't, we've got to relearn our table again at this point. One of the interesting things about Unibet, actually, that I find is that you don't have set usernames. So you can change your username very frequently. You can have a stable of 5 different usernames that you're using at any given time. And it makes for an interesting dynamic at the tables because you don't necessarily know who you're playing against, and they don't necessarily know who you are either. So, I mean, obviously people do tend to find certain avatars and usernames that they like to use, and so you do recognize some people. But yeah, there's a lot of change as well. So there's a lot of it makes for an interesting thing. You also can't really do a lot of analytics after the fact on Unibet because there's not any hand recording or anything like that. You can obviously look at the replay, the hand replayer, but again, that's only valid while you're in the tournament. So once you're done a tournament, you really can't go back and review what you've done. That's one of the reasons I'm actually streaming now, is so that I can go back and look at some of my and review some of my hands. Queen 9, small blind to big blind. Big blind's got a big stack. We're going to get out of the way. Just let him go. So this stream actually is going to let me go back and review some of my tournaments in a way that I normally couldn't on Unibet because they don't have the facilities for looking at your tournament histories. It's obviously not perfect because I'm not looking at all the tournaments all the time, but it's at least a start. Yeah, King Jack suited on, or King Jack offsuit on the button here, with a limper. We're just going to limp in behind on this and play the pot in position with a bit of a disguised holdings because we're a little stronger than a limp probably at this point. See what we get on the flop. This is the Comet. Still only 6 places paying in that. We're up to 33 entries though. So we flop top pair in that, which is a nice flop. Not much else going on that flop. It's a pretty dry flop for us that way. Rainbow. Top pair third kicker. Top pair third kicker is worth putting a bet in when it checks around to us. throw in a half pot bet. With our top pair, decent kicker. I'm all in. I'm sure I played with him the other day, yesterday in fact, and I'm calling with my top pair here. I don't necessarily think he's got king queen. He might have an ace queen or another queen, however. So I think we're just going to check behind here. Actually, I think his flop bet was probably hearts or a straight draw. So I think we win usually with a check, but yep. It's not really much for value for me on a hand like that either, I don't think. I don't think I'm getting called by worse very often there. King 4 clubs, we'll get rid of that one, even on the cutoff. He's not connected enough. I quit smoking a year ago now, so that's what this is. It's a nice. I think it's certainly healthier than smoking. I'm not silly enough to think it's actually healthy, full stop, but I'm convinced it's definitely healthier than smoking cigarettes was for me. So happy to get off of that and weaning myself down on the nicotine levels on this as well. So I'm at a third of the level I started with a year ago, so pretty happy with that. Ooh, aces versus the flopped king. Gross for Podcratic. That said, if I'm thinking correctly, yeah, I mean, his king six is probably a bit optimistic to begin with, so, you know. I think we're going to limp through with see if we can see a cheap flop with our suited 6-8. Suited 2 gappers. Yeah. Big 3-bet by the big blind. I don't think 6-8 is enough. We would have flopped the gut shot, but I still don't think that's obviously that's being results oriented, and we don't want to do that. It's interesting that our big blind 3-better got out of the way on the flop. That's worth putting in our mental notebook about Scrimped. I think Scrimp sounds like a familiar, looks like a familiar username as well. I think I've played them before too. Nobody else here looks very familiar, other than the I am all in fellow, like I was talking about earlier. Still doing pretty well over in the deep impact. 14 of 48. 18 places getting paid there, so we're getting closer down to the money. 29 to go to the bubble. King 3 offsuit under the guns, obviously not going to be a hand I'm going to play. King 10 early possession, or Queen 10 early possession. In the comment, which you can't see, I'm going to fold that. Queen deuce in the big blind suited over here is a decent holding. Would like to see a cheap flop with that. We're going to have a chance to see if a cheap flop with that. Let's see some spades. I don't see any spades. I'm supposed to see some spades on that flop. That's okay, it's free. Yeah, funny thing is, I actually did see spades over on the comment table. Guys got the flops mixed up on those tables that time there, guys. Although I suppose if I've got the Queen 2 of spades and the flop comes Deuce 3 Jack of spades, someone's going to ask some questions about why there's 2 deuces of spades in this deck. We got nothing happening for us over here. I mean, technically we have a gut shot straight draw, but with the diamonds on board already, that's a pretty crappy draw we got going there. So I think we're going to get out of the way. Six threes not worth getting involved with. Queen Jack offsuit on the button. We probably put in a raise if it folds to us. We're going to call that off for a lot of basic raises as well. We're going to put in a raise to 1887 in this case. A little bit over 2.5. We get a shove from the big blind, call from the small blind. I think I have to call the big blind. Check back here. I don't necessarily think I'm going to get no way off the pot with a bet here, so I think we're not going to continuation bet on this with the king there. I don't necessarily think he's got a king, but also don't think. Well, I think maybe now I can do a delayed c bet and I might get him off the pot. Not that it matters because we're against Sting, which means we have to be beating Sting. Yeah, I guess we just check behind at this point. The queen high is a reasonable bet, or is a reasonable check back, I think. He had the king. Got a pair of sevens over on the comment table that we've just basically rivered our full house on, which is always a nice feeling. Gonna throw out a half pot bet. Hopefully we get some action from Eugen. He rivers the flush with the same card that rivered me the full house. That's kind of gross for him. King 9 of clubs. We're going to put in a raise for that. And the cutoff, and it gets through. That last hand with the Queen Jack kind of killed us a little bit, dropped us down to 23rd out of 38. Not too worried about this though. It's still got a very playable stack with like 40 big blinds, and I can easily spin that up again, and I can easily just kind of hang out as well for a bit and wait for reasonable hands to play. So I'm not in any sort of super rush at this point with that one. We're up to 9 places getting paid in the Comet now, up to 46 players in that one, 38 still remaining. 10-jack offsuit. Always nice to see a relatively cheap flop with a hand like that. I think we probably call the min raise here from the big blind or from the button, and I think we probably see this three-handed. So you got the backdoor hearts with the jack. It's not the greatest heart in the world, but it's not terrible either. I mean, there's the king and the queen are the only two cards that beat us. Of course, it requires a third jack, or a third heart, which we don't get. We're probably done with this pot at this point. I think. And of course, it's a chop pot now. Everybody loves a chop pot. Everybody loves a chop pot. Ooh, it wouldn't have been a chop pot either. They're chopping. I wouldn't have been. Moving to a new table. Who we got? Codfisher 2. He is a familiar. He is a familiar name. I've been playing in the Nanos recently as well, so we'll go. Yeah, 10-7 offsuit. We're going to get rid of that. So 23 of 36 in this one with 18 paying. So we're 18 spots away from the money over here. And in the Comet, Nano Comet, we are 14 of 40 with 9 places paying at the moment, but Reg is still open for ages on that. We got like an hour left in late Reg at least on that one. Probably more like an hour 20 or so in late Reg on that one. Ace 10 under the gun off suit. Put in a raise with that, I think. A little bit over 2x. Like I said, I recognize Codfisher, so I'm sure Codfisher recognizes my Lady Nuts character as well. This is what I've been playing with for the last couple of days. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. We'll maybe do a delayed c-bet on this one, depending on what comes up on the flop, on the turn. I don't think we've got any piece of this, so I think we're just going to get out of the way at this point. Nine, 10 of diamonds over here. Not a great flop for us for that hand. It was, however, limped. So I'm going to throw out a bluff just for kicks. on this. Pretend like I hit the queen. Since it seems like nobody else has. Of course, we don't know what Sal Kickass has got, but he's decided to call us and see. So now that the club has come in, I'm going to pretend like I've hit the club and I want him to bet. And I'll see what size of his bet is, and I might throw in a raise at this point to pretend like I've got the clubs. So he's put in a really small bet at this point, which could mean a bunch of things. It's either pure value. I think it's probably pure value. I'm going to get out of the way. Four seven suited. We'll get out of the way of that one, I think. Got ace eight offsuit over here. I'm going to limp in and see what we catch on the flop. A great limp with the rags, but we do have the nut spade. 2 nines isn't great to chase spades, but I think we're going to chase one more street and see what happens. So the back door comes in. We've got the spade draw now for nuts, and I don't think we can assume that he's got a full house at this point. So I don't think our ace high is going to be any good here ever. And I don't think there's a raise we can make either. Kind of sucks to have to get out of the way of that one, but I think we had to. Get out of the way of that. Three deuce, not worth getting involved with, I don't think, even if it's suited. It's like the nut low. See a nice cheap flop with our ace-4 offsuit. Not much of a flop for us. Check that back. I'm going to put in a raise with my 5-3 suited, I think. I'm not sure I like raising into Codfisher a whole lot because he tends to call me a lot like that. Let's put in a C-bet, and hopefully we can make him think we hit the ace and he doesn't have one. There we go. There we go. That's the way poker's supposed to work. Get out of the way with my 7-5, even though I'm on the button. Seeing a few viewership spikes coming in. Hello, hello, hello. Say hi in the chat if you're watching. I am 4 minutes delayed, but I can respond in the chat window if you want to chat about something urgent. A little tough to play and chat at the same time, but it can be done. Break coming up pretty soon. I've been running old-timey commercials during my break times, so stick around for that. It's like 5 minutes of television commercials from the 60s that I run off of archive.org. All public domain stuff. It's kind of cool. So yeah, stick around and watch some commercials when I go on break here in a minute or two. Got a pair of 10s over on the comment table here just before the break comes up. We're definitely going to put in a raise on that. Want to put in a fairly chunky raise. 4x plus, I think, is what we're going to do with that. See how this hand plays out before we go on break. Pair of 10s, so we got an overpair to the board. We're definitely continuing here. Let's go with 3/4. There's probably might be some draws out there, and I kind of don't want people coming along with draws at this point. I'd rather just take it down right here and go to break. Got one caller. Feels like he's got overcards to the board and wants to hit a big pair on the turn. Be nice to have it stay low. Pairing the deuce isn't terrible, but it's not great either. So I think we're going to keep betting. Drop it down to half a pot now since we're... Oh no, we are three-handed. That's interesting. I didn't expect to be three-handed at this point. I expected one of them to go. There we go. Cool. That's good. All right, so we're going to go to break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the commercials.
Honey West is brought to you by Sweeta, the concentrated no-calorie sweetener from Squib. Sweeta, the little giant of sweeteners.
Neat and quick, the freshest stick is deodorant stick by Old Spice. You're fresh each hour from shower to shower with deodorant stick by Old Spice.
Yes, here's deodorant protection you can trust. Old Spice Stick. Goes on faster, never sticky. Feels better. Gives you a man's kind of freshness. Try it.
You're fresh each hour from shower to shower with deodorant stick by Old Spice.
Why do so many single men use Old Spice aftershave lotion? Let's ask one. Dave, what are your reasons?
Well, let's see. There's Julie. And Karen. And Peggy. Joelle. And Sandy. And Beth. And Bridget.
Yes, Dave, thanks. That's the way it is with Old Spice. If you're single, or even if you're not, try Old Spice aftershave lotion.
Honey West has been brought to you by the Consolidated Cigar Corporation, makers of El Producto, the cigar of natural mildness.
Here's George Burns for El Producto cigars.
Oh, Mr. Burns, my first movie premiere.
I'll never forget my first picture, a comedy.
Oh, was it a silent movie?
No, the audience were silent. But why spoil the evening? I'd rather be spoiled by this El Producto cigar. Once you try an El Producto, you won't see anything less. That's because they're mild. Naturally mild.
Oh, Mr. Burns, is this one of your new discoveries?
Oh, no. I've been smoking El Producto cigars for years. Why don't you join me? Just ask your dealer for Georgia cigar, El Producto.
For a taste of real smoking luxury, it's the naturally mild El Producto Corona. 3 for 50 cents.
The smaller your education, the smaller the job you'll get. To get a good job, get a good education. If you're in school, stay there. If you've left school, there's valuable training outside the classroom. To get a good job, get a good education.
Most aftershave lotions give you a quick alcohol, but this is a cooling aftershave treat that lasts as long as your shave. New High Sierra Ice by Menon. High Sierra's concentrated ingredients stay with you. They treat your face to cool comfort and a manly scent. Treat your face to a refreshing sensation that lasts as long as your shave. Get Menon's new High Sierra Aftershave Ice.
Oh, you're gonna have a baby. Relax. Have a pickle and buy some Baby Magic lotion. A special protection for newborns against skin irritation. Look, Baby Magic here. Other leading lotion here. I've been dying to show this to someone. See? Baby Magic protects longer, even when baby's wet. Oh, they love their baby powder, too. Of course, it's by Menon.
And we're back. Playing the 50-cent Nano Comet and the 25-cent Nano Deep Impact. We are 26 of 34 with 18 paying in the Deep Impact. We are 11 of 45 with 9 paying in the Comet, although it's still quite early in the Comet. Rid of the 5-4. I got an ace-8 in the Deep Impact, and I've been shoved on. Nine big blinds. Yeah, it's probably a loose call, but I'm gonna... Hey, we got lucky on this one. Nice double up. Good job. Nice double up. That puts us back into scoring position, I think. No, it put us 24 of 32, I think. So, still not terrible. Jack 3, we'll get rid of that. Got ace-8 suited. On the button over here, that's going to be a raise to something like 2237, I think. A little bit more than 2x, not quite 2.5x. I like that as a starting range in these nanos for a lot of my opens. Doesn't risk a ton of extra chips, but makes it slightly more than just a simple min bet. Hope you guys enjoy the old-timey commercials I'm running during the break. I find that stuff on archive.com. It's all public domain video and audio and stuff there. There's some great great old time stuff if you're into that sort of thing. I've got a few reels of commercials to run today. I'm using one of the old theater loops that they used to do during intermission to advertise the snack bar. I'm using that to run into my broadcasts now with a 5-minute countdown. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I plan to stream a couple times a week on here. I haven't set my days yet, but probably thinking something like Tuesday, Thursday, and then one day on the weekend as well. It's going to be around 10 a.m. Alberta time to, we got Ace King suited over here. We've got a shover. And I think we're going to go all in over top of them, frankly. Clear out the rest of the table. This is a freeze out, so it means that people are going to be more. Oh, no clubs, no clubs. Yes, yes, yes. Big, 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 big chip grab there. Nice one. And we got Ace King suited again on that one. And, I mean, once again, I think we just have to go all in over top with the way he's playing. And this is one of the things I'm talking about, though. I mean, he's shoving 70 big blinds there. I mean, it's just absurd, right? Got ace-queen on the other one. And we hit our spades. I like it. Ace-queen now. We got ace-queen on the other table as well. Just hands going like crazy over here. Ace-heart, queen-diamond here. Ace-club, queen-heart on the other table. Got more action over here at the moment, so we'll go this. Oh, that's gross. We just got shoved on by Codfisher. I feel like he's got a 9 here a lot. Alrighty. I guess you take that one. I feel like he's got a 9 there a lot, frankly. So I don't know. I don't think I'm very good when I call there very often. Yeah, I love the ads too, Lane. Thank you. They are a lot of fun. I'm gonna keep trying to find new ones. Today's theme is 1965, 1966 television ads. I'm gonna pick different eras and pick different kinds of ads. We've got some at the next break. There's going to be an awesome network promo. Some network promos coming up for CBS for 1965, which are just awesome. I mean, just amazingly stilted in their like old timey. It's just great stuff. I love it. But I'm going to keep trying to find all sorts of different eras and different stuff to use during my breaks like that. Just keep things interesting. I have got a pair of jacks over on the comment table. And we have got a raise in front of us. So I think we're going to 3-bet this to something like 669. Not quite 3x. We got an overpair to the board, so we're pretty happy with that flop. It's rainbow. There's possibly a straight draw with 9-10 out there, so jack queens, 7 jacks, or 8 jacks, that sort of thing. That's interesting. He's donk betting into me. That feels like an ace-10. And we hit our set on the turn, which is also a possible straight card for king-queen, 7-8. But I think at this point, we've just got to get our money in. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I push out value from drawing hands at that point. But I also think I need to get the money in there rather than wait until the river and have to reassess. What did we actually have potentially coming up on that? Yeah, I mean, spades coming in at that point is gross with his bet. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of reasons that I want to just get the value in there, frankly. It's nice to see Lane here. I think we got Maddie watching on silent as well, so he won't hear me saying this, but hello, Maddie. Thank you for watching as well. So I got 6-3. We're going to get rid of that, obviously. We're 22 at 27 in the deep impact. 18 paying there. We got 9 to go until we're in the money. I'm sitting with just under 20 big blinds, so I'm not in a terrible spot at the moment, even though I'm not quite in the money spots yet. These ones can go a little weird when you get down to the bubble, so stack preservation actually becomes a little bit more important than accumulating chips in these IMO anyways. I mean, obviously you want to accumulate chips, but you don't necessarily want to do it. Don't necessarily want to do it in a risky fashion, if that makes sense, at this stage of these tournaments. Lots of weird stuff can happen. One more Nano tournament that I usually play that will be coming up in about 49 minutes, the Nano Titan. Awesome. We have got Ace King over here again. So let's put in a raise to 237 and see what we get. I'm snapping off any aggressive action by Crocodile in there. Scrimped, on the other hand, I'm a little bit. I'd be a little bit more cautious with. He's a bit more of a solid player, from what I've seen. I think Croc Odalin at this point has got to be kind of tilted towards me as well, because I've kicked him out of a couple of pots recently. So we're sitting 3 of 42 in the Comet. There's still lots of reg left in the Comet. I believe we're... So we fill out the pair of fives here. It's bottom pair. Not that thrilled with it, but, you know, it's hard to hit a pair and hold them. Geez, overbet. Interesting overbet on that flop. Could get out of the way with just bottom pair, but it's an interesting overbet there. Put in a raise with our pair of threes. Sal Kickass has been playing back at us a lot. He doesn't this time. Okay. Up to 71 reg in this Comet, which is cool to see. Ooh, got a big hand happening over on the other table. Let me bring that up. Hang on a sec here. So I just kind of got in here for free, and I've just flopped the world, basically, and then I turned the universe. So I think we're definitely getting value. We're trying to get value in on here. And I think we're going to get called a ton, yeah, by kings and things like that, because we just don't look like we have anything, and we don't look like we should ever get there. So that's awesome when that sort of thing happens. I just folded the wheel on the other table. Obviously, I folded a pre-flop before I knew I would have had the wheel on the river, but what are you going to do with 3-5 offsuit, right? I was on the button, so technically I could play 3-5 offsuit on the button, but my style tends to be tight, aggressive if I can. I think I might look a little passive in some cases to people. It's sort of a strategy I've developed in these particular nanos that I'm playing, where in certain spots it's best to trap rather than anything else. Nice ace-king. Nice ace-king happening here. Put in a 3-bet to 42-42. Not quite 3x to add on to our one limper there by parachute. And I think we're snapping him if he does any sort of aggressive call. We're going to put out a c-bet here. So we could easily have smashed that flop. And we sort of did with our straight draw. So I think I'll probably check back here to pot control, which is, obviously kind of a lost cause at this point. But I think I just check back, see what happens on the river, and we go from there. I've got a pot size bet back, just under a pot size bet back. This probably goes check, check. And I probably lose to a lot of fives and maybe some queens. But I win sometimes as well with my ace-king high. Oh, and we split with ace-king. That's cool. Everyone loves a chop pot. You know what they say. Pair of nines, got to put in a raise with that as well. 31-16 sounds like a nice one for this. I do have some logic behind my bet sizing, although in some cases it's a little bit random with the way that I mix things up from hand to hand, just so things don't get too predictable to me. So I raised and got called by the big blind, and he donk bets on me with a queen jack, two overcards. So I think we'll just get out of the way with our nines. He's probably hit a queen or a jack. That makes good sense, and it doesn't really make sense to play back to him at that point. I might float and see if I can turn a set, but that's pretty low equity at that point. So, I mean, I think I did have some backdoor straight possibilities there as well, but it's not a ton of equity at that point when there's two overcards on the board, and the big blind is calling you there because queens and jacks are very common to find. Hey, good to see you as well, Mav. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been on. It's been I don't know, I think 2015 since I did. I've still actually got all the info from Anything But Hold'em down at the bottom. Going to keep it there for old time's sake, just because it's fun to go back and look at. It was a fun session to do. I still might actually throw some PokerStars mixed games up on this stream from time to time, just because I love playing the mixed games as well. The point of this stream is to stream my attempt to free roll into one of the Unibet Open live events. But the larger point of this stream is just to have fun playing poker and put the poker out for an audience. And even more than that, and I said this at the beginning when there was nobody listening because it was relevant when there's nobody listening, but it's just as relevant when there's somebody listening as well. I'm actually doing this as much for me as for the audience as well, because here's the thing. I live alone a lot of the time, so I actually sit at home and I talk to myself while I'm playing poker anyways. And I realized I probably kind of look a little crazy talking to myself sitting here while I'm playing poker. But it occurred to me that if I put a headset on and start streaming out to the world, I suddenly look slightly less crazy when I'm sitting here talking to myself. So I figured it makes good sense to stream even if nobody else is listening, because I'm going to talk to myself anyways, and this way I look slightly less crazy by talking to myself. So. Yeah, 7-8. We get rid of that, or we check with that, I think. Yeah, we flopped the gut shot to the 6. Well, let's float this and see what happens. I don't think he has to have a king here necessarily. So I think our 7 or 8 is good. Our 6 is actually really good as well. So we're going to check call anything that he bets. We'll lead the river if he checks back like that. We will lead the river for about half pot. '20 of 25 here in the Nano Deep Impact. We're going to limp in with our ace-9 here. See if we get a cheap flop. See if we can get a cheap turn with our ace-high. I think I'm probably done with this hand at this point. I think we just get rid of it at this point. I mean, the 9 might still be good at this point with only the 7 with only the king above, but I'm really calling to hit something there, and it's pretty marginal. Ace-6 offsuit on the button. Don't really like the offsuit rags, especially not 6, 7, 8. It's 5s and down I can play, and sort of 8, 9, 10 I don't mind playing. But so it turns out we would have run, we would have turned a heart draw, but so we're 7 away from the money in the Nano Deep Impact. 20 of 25 at the moment with 18 places paying. I am still sitting with over 20 big blinds, like 25 big blinds, so I'm in a relatively comfortable position at the moment. Certainly people with bigger stacks than me could go out before that, so I'm not hugely worried about, I'm not terrified about increasing my chip stack immediately so that I don't bubble in 20th kind of thing. These ones go a little bit weird as we get down to the bubble, and you can actually survive pretty well as you go in if you pay attention to your chip stack. You know, play a preservation game as much as a accumulation game at this stage. We got an ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff over here, and I think I'm going to turn that into a bit of a raise. Whoops. There we go. Turn that into a bit of a raise. We get called by sell kick-ass as usual. We've flopped top pair. I think we're going to continue. Makes sense to continue as we were the betters, and he's going to get out of the way because he does not have an ace. 4 deuce, we're going to get out of the way of that. And we're likely getting out of the way of our 6 deuce on the other table as well. So you can see my bankroll total down in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. I'm currently at 1168 with the current buy-ins that I'm playing today, which at the moment is 90 cents worth of buy-ins. I've already busted one 20-cent tournament in literally the first hand I played. Was a pretty, I was going to say it was a pretty gross spot, but actually that's not true. It was a pretty pokery spot where I got my cards in relatively good against somebody who had also good odds, and he got out and he made it better. So those things are going to happen, and I don't mind when they happen right off the top. It was a freeze-out tournament as well, so one and done. That's the way it goes. So we rivered a pair of 6s, which might be good. It's probably not good. I think I have to call just to see. Yeah, it is not good because he rivered 6s and 3s. And he was one pipped. Yeah, so kicked by a pip anyways, so. Oh. I'm just going to give my deuce 4 over to Codfisher here, I think. I don't really need to get involved at this point a huge amount. So, I mean, I probably could have folded the 6 there, frankly, now that I'm thinking about it, just as a stack preservation. Yeah, the bluffing in this tournament, it can work. In these nanos, it can work, but there's a lot of calling stations on here, and you got to be prepared to. You got to know where to put the bluffs in and know how to run them, I think, and know who not to try to bluff. For a couple of reasons, either because they're going to pick you off because they recognize the bluff, or because there's someone that's going to call in spots where they shouldn't, and they think they're calling for value when in fact they're just bluff catching and catching your bluff, and they don't realize they're bluff catching. You see both of those situations fairly frequently on here. So bluffing is a bit tricky, I've found. I think we're getting pretty close to reg close on the Comet, I would guess. Let me have a quick look at that. Oh, geez, no, registration still goes for 42 minutes on the Comet, so we got lots of time. We're 4:40 in the Comet. And at the moment, 12 people are paying. So we hit a pair, although there's a pair of 10s on board. We got 10s and 4s at the moment. Farm Walter could easily have been betting an ace high there. He doesn't need to be betting a 10. So I think we can continue with our 10s and 6s now. And I think we just check back, and I think we win this a lot against ace highs. Not even sure if I'm showing this one. Oh yes, I'm talking about a hand that's not being played. I was on the other table. Sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't up. This one, however, we flopped the flush draw, so we're gonna see at least one street. We probably don't check call again. I mean, I think there's a good chance that he's already hit a queen at this point, so we're really calling for just the flush cards. I think we got to get out of the way at this stage of the tournament anyways. He could also be playing the bubble as well because he knows it's getting close, but hard to say. I think once again we're just going to let our deuce 4 go to Codfisher. Queen 10 of clubs. I think we're going to see a flop for a limp with this. Pair of queens. We'll put a bet out on that since it got checked to us. I've got a decent hand on the other table as well. The Jack Queen of clubs. Got lots of clubs going now. We got clubs on both tables. We took down that one. Let's go back over the Jack club here. So 9-10 Jack club. We backdoor clubs. We got the up and down straight draws. We're definitely liking this flop. This is about the best we can flop without actually hitting our card. Wow, it's a weird spot on this other table. I'm going to call on this Jack Queen and see what else we get. It was a 3 of spades, came up on the other one. This is a weird spot. We got a massive, well, I guess not that massive. It's like a 12 big blind shove, ace king. Bleh, 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 bleh. That's gross. I probably should be calling there, frankly, but I just think that's a gross spot, and it feels like I'm going to bust or I'm going to get crushed there a lot. So we bricked out on our draws, all of our draws over here on the other table as well, which is gross. So we would have split that hand if we'd have played it, so I guess we probably should. I mean, I don't know, ace king is just a gross spot there. I'm gonna get out of the way here since we missed our draws. Now I got a pair of 10s over on this other hand, over on this other table, and we're gonna put in a raise with that to 39.97. So just under 3x, well, 2.5x ish. One overcard to the flop, or to our hand. I think we're definitely continuation betting that, and getting a fold. Nice. So that definitely should put us into scoring position, I think. Yeah, 18 of 21 now, so 3 to go there. Yeah, that's a good point, Mav. I probably do play too passively in that sense. I do put a value on stack preservation in my tournaments. That might very well be a leak, but I think especially in the freeze-out tournaments, I think that people put too small of a emphasis on the chips that you already have. granted, winning 1,000 chips is great, but not losing 1,000 chips is also awesome. So playing a stack preservation game, I think, is very useful in these, especially in these nano tournaments. I think as I go up in stakes, it's probably not going to work out as well because I'm going to have more people making more moves against me. But that's part of it here is that I'm playing against people that are basically playing ABC poker. So I need to play relatively tight ABC poker back to be sure that I'm getting the best of the spots that I need to get the best of. I feel, anyways, is the way I go with that. But I probably could do with being a little bit more aggressive in certain spots and putting in a few more 3 and 4 bets rather than calling behind. I do like to call in position a lot because I think I can outplay a lot of these people on the flops and post flop. So I think that there's value to calling behind rather than pushing people off with big action pre-flop. I really love tournaments more than cash play. I find the dynamics of the changing stack sizes or changing stacks, the changing blinds to be really interesting to work with. I love the fact that your strategy with 10 big blinds is completely different from your strategy with 21 big blinds, which is completely different from your strategy with 40 big blinds. And I love that. And I love the fact that those 3 stages happen with various chip stacks at various points in the tournament, depending on what your blind levels are. So tournament poker really adds extra levels of thought to my mind. And I think with the ICM and with all sorts of other, again, it takes away raw pot odds to a certain degree. And as I said, I think that lately there's too much emphasis being placed on aggression and not enough emphasis being placed on stack preservation and tournament poker strategy. That said, I'm playing nanos and free rolls and very low stakes tournaments. I am not a tournament killer. So, take that with a grain of salt as you will, because, I'm not killing these tournaments. So. Should probably be in with Jack 10, but under the gun. Not that thrilled with the hand under the gun, so. However, when you river trip 10s, it makes it a little bit grosser, but. Alrighty, so I'm on a new table now. There's 20 people left, so we're 2 away from the money. I am currently 19th. In theory, I do need to get some chips soon, but there's also lots of action that happens around here, and people with bigger stacks could very easily bust before me. So that's another part of the calculation, which is another reason why I think stack preservation in these is a vital skill. Like I said, I could easily see myself being personally weighting too heavily on the stack preservation side of life. But I do also think that the sort of prevailing wisdom these days is doesn't pay enough attention to stack preservation. So I think it goes both ways that way. Ew, what a gross flop for my King of Clubs, Queen of Spades. And it just gets grosser. There's really nothing for us here other than our overcards. And we just got to let No Way take it, I think. I think we just got to let No Way take it. Get rid of our 10 deuce. Get ace 9 of spades over here, flop top pair. We got through on this on a very cheap flop. Don't like all those hearts out there a huge amount. I think we're going to definitely call this bet. Because it's literally just a min bet. We're calling for sure. The fourth heart is just gross as heck there. I think we're probably done with this hand at this point. The ace, the pair of aces is just no good. It's never any good here. Certainly not against any bettors. It wouldn't be any good. I don't think anybody bets here without a heart, frankly. And without any hearts in our hand, I don't think we could even consider moving on. Got a pair of nines over on the deep impact table, which is something that we're going to have to put some money in on. And I think we're going to have to c-bet this, knowing that he can call us pretty light and not want to play back with aces and big cards on the board like that. So 16 of 20 over here. Was 2 away from the money now, and I'm in scoring position. That could change. We're relatively close to the money cutoff at this point, but I'm relatively happy to play this fairly. Yeah, I think my ace king fold was probably too light with that. I do tend to play for relatively big hands in here. I probably fold more flops than I should to aggression when I don't hit. I'm not folding every flop, obviously, when I don't hit, because you've got to float sometimes. You gotta play against the odds, against what people are, what other people's ranges are and things. But especially in these nanos, people are getting involved with weird hands. So I could maybe have middle pair with top kicker with an ace jack that I've raised pre-flop and been called by a guy with jack 6 who's hit 2 pair on my, king jack 6 board, right? So it's pretty tricky to know where you are a lot of times on the flop with these things. We are on the bubble in the deep impact now, so we are 1 away from the money, playing hand for hand. Pair of tens on the big blind. This is a gross spot. These kind of sometimes feel like they're setups where it's designed to get me to shove into a bigger stack so that I'll bust. I mean, I know that's obviously personalizing something that's, it's not the way it works, but it's always weird when it's right on the bubble like this, and these are spots where I tend to be probably more passive than I should be, just because I'm in stack preservation mode. And an example of this is I'm going to check and see a flop rather than 3-betting, or rather than raising this. So we've flopped a set, which is nice, which means we are going to go hard on this. And if we happen to bust to a larger set or something, then that just happens to be our life. So we're going to put in a bit of a raise here and see what he does to that. He calls our raise. So obviously that's not great for us with the straight cards coming in there, but I think we have to keep continuing at this point and hope for the best. Like I say, this is one of those spots where it feels like we're in a setup situation, but I don't think I can fold here. We're looking at Jack Queen as the only hand that's ahead of me at the moment. Nice. We get there. Nice. That's a hold. I mean, obviously can't fold there. I just have to talk through the hand. It's a gross spot when all the draws come in there, but I obviously can't really get away from it there. I think it's a different spot than the ace king was because I'm already involved in the hand, and I've put in the raise to show that my strength on the flop, and I think I just have to get involved there, frankly, when he shoves on me there. I am going to see Jack Queen there on a fairly regular basis and be in rough shape, but I've just got to do that, I think. So over on the Comet, we are sitting 4th of 55, a total of 98 players. Haven't quite hit the guarantee on this one, which is €50 guarantee, but we're pretty close to the €50 guarantee, and there's still 20 or 30 minutes left in reg on this, so we might actually hit the guarantee on this. Still, it's a 50-cent buy-in, so the min cash at the moment is like 2.7x or so. But the first prize at $12.50 is pretty decent. Over on the Deep Impact, it's a 90-cent, so a little bit over 3x on the min cash, and 1180. So it's a really nice, but we didn't hit the guarantee on that one. I don't think. Let's have a quick look at. Yeah, we didn't hit the guarantee on that one, and we haven't hit the guarantee on the. On the Comet either yet, although we're close on the Comet. Cool. My little status bar thing there changes when I'm looking at the lobby window, because it's basically just a grab of my lobby window where the status is to show what I'm playing, and can also come in and look at my nice $10 ticket. There's one running right now, actually. If I wasn't playing 2 tournaments, if I was only in one, I'd probably have entered that one. It's a four ticket, 4 $50 tickets in. There's 16 players in it now, so but Going to be playing that one on stream at some point soon. Hopefully bank a $50 ticket, which is one level away from the $250 ticket, which is what you need to play for a package. So $10 or €10 is pretty close. It's good to see you, Mav. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for checking it out. I'm going to be doing this more regularly these days. And it turns out I did get a good hand right here. Stick around. I hope you're still watching because this was a fun hand. The one that's just on stream now was a fun hand, my set of 10s that I was feeling terrible about calling because it looked like we might, looked like a bunch of draws were getting there, but we got lucky and we held. Still on the bubble in the deep impact. Yeah, I'm actually going to open up a third table for the Nano Titan here at 1. That's another reason why I won't enter that $10 qualifier. I don't want when I play the €10 qualifier, I want to be focusing on that tournament mostly. So I don't want to have a bunch of other stuff going on in the background at the same time. And I've got a pretty good chance of cashing in both of these tournaments at the moment. So we're up to 101 entries in the Comet. Still not quite at the guarantee, but another few players and we will be. It's a 90-cent, or it's a 45-cent buy-in with a 5-cent a 5-cent rake, I believe it is. So with 45, I think we probably need like 108 or 110 players to actually hit the guarantee. So we need another 7 or 8 players probably at least. King 9 suited. Going to make a call on that. We got the heart draw, so we're definitely going to get backdoor straights possibilities as well, so we're definitely going to see what happens. So that gives us top pair plus the heart draw, so I think we're going to keep pressure on because we now have the top hand. We did not hit our hearts, and we're just going to check back here, and the 9's going to win a fair bit against like ace-7s and ace-8s and things like that. 10-7s, that sort of thing. I might be able to get value there, and hands like 7s and stuff are going to call me, but I think there's also a lot of other combinations out there that have hit 2 pair that I may not necessarily want playing back at me at that point. It's going to be queens from time to time as well, so I don't know. Like I say, that might be an example of where I'm too passive, where I check back there instead of trying to get value. But it's almost break time again. I'm going to flop the flush draw over here in the deep impact with my queen 7 of diamonds. pair of sevens that we raised over here in the Comet. Probably just going to get, yeah, folds through. That's cool. I like that. Don't mind that at all. You know, fold the Jack 7. Not going to get involved with 8 deuce of spades. Queen 9 that we're going to check through to a flop on here. Check our option. This is in the deep impact. We're still on the. Oh no, we've bubbles burst in the deep impact, so we're in the money there. You're going to check. We've got a gut shot here that I think we're going to put some money against when he checks back to us on the flop there. Cool. So we're on our break. We got some more fun commercials coming up for you. I think this is our CBS thing. So have fun.
Every Sunday night on ABC, live adventure with two forces that defend a nation's security. First, board America's most amazing submarine, the Seaview, for a perilous voyage to the bottom of the sea.
I never felt a current like this before. Even full speed astern doesn't stop us.
Then Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. portrays Inspector Lou Erskine of the FBI.
You've got more important things on your docket than...
Then what?
Man has got some rights, Art. And among them is the right to be brought to trial alive.
This is the FBI. Come out with your hands above your heads.
Watch stories dramatized from closed cases of the FBI. Every Sunday, watch 2 hours of adventure in color. Voyage to the bottom of the sea and the FBI on ABC. Every Monday night, the action is here on ABC. First, see a deadly struggle fought at 12 o'clock high.
I'm going to set us on a collision course.
Here it comes! Next, the most notorious brothers in our nation's history. With his brother Frank, he became part man, part myth. But who really knew him? Watch The Legend of Jesse James. Now, meet the man they called Shenandoah.
And sometimes a face seems so familiar, I feel I'm right on the edge of remembering and...
Without a memory or a past, he rode a dangerous trail, searching for the man he had once been, before he became a man called Shenandoah. Every Monday night, watch 12 o'clock high, The Legend of Jesse James, and A Man Called Shenandoah on ABC.
Honey West has been brought to you by
ABC, where I'll be seeing you in the FBI in color. I'm Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., inviting you to join me every Sunday night.
What in the world is a detergent-based shampoo doing with your lovely cosmetics? Most leading shampoos are basically synthetic detergent. Not Breck. Breck is the natural formula shampoo. It cleans, shines, manages, but never overcleans. What do you want with detergent hair when you can have beautiful hair by Breck?
You're about to see the reason why new Breck Hair Set Mist is better than other leading hairsprays. Other hairsprays drip. They're wet and runny. They can soak your hair, drag out the curl, leave hair stiff and lacquery. But not Breck. Its new filtered formula starts holding before the others even get dry. Which would you choose?
New Breck Hair Set Mist with a filtered formula.
Honey, you're so beautiful. No wonder guys flip over you.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. I hear the viewers here in Dallas-Fort Worth are flipping over the great Friday night lineup on WFAA-TV Channel 8.
Like, for instance?
Well, the evening starts in color with the Stone Age antics of the Flintstones. Then another color program, Tammy, starring Debbie Watson. After Tammy is the ghoulishly funny Addams Family, followed by our program, Honey West. You know the kind of fun we have.
Absolutely all right. Bruce, he's in there.
Oh, some watchdog you are. Half cat, half chicken.
Following our adventures, you'll see Inger Stevens in The Farmer's Daughter. Then comes a musical treat, The Jimmy Dean Show.
Hey, that's a good evening of television entertainment. Anything else?
Lots more, and it fills out a perfect evening. Then stay tuned for the Channel 8 report with Bob Gooding, Dale Milford, and Woody Van Dyke on Channel 8, Dallas, Fort Worth.
And we're back. About 10 minutes left on late registration in the Nano Comet, where we are 7th of 60 players remaining with 18 players getting paid. We are in the money in the Nano Deep Impact, where we are 9 of 18 with 18 people getting paid. 90 cents guaranteed for the minimum cash. And I think the next ladder up is in 12th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So we got a ways to go yet before that. 10-3, we'll get out of the way of that. Going to jump into the Nano Titan as well, which is a 10-cent rebuy event, which I quite enjoy playing and play quite a bit of as well. So we are in the Nano Titan as well now. Let me add that to my bankroll tracker. Added it to my bankroll tracker. Get rid of our Jack 4 there. Just putting the Nano Titan on the screen. Get rid of the Deuce 10 there. There's our Nano Titan running as well. That is a 10-cent rebuy, starting with 10,000 to chips. 6-minute level, so I'm not mistaken. Could be 8 minutes, though. Oh, I didn't actually put that in. There we go. So that is the Nano Titan 10-cent rebuy event. So we've got a Queen Deuce over on the Comet that has a flopped top pair that we checked and got bet into, so we called. See a 10 of clubs on the turn, which brings in straight draws for the big slick or the 8-9, 9 king, that sort of thing. So I like just check calling again here. It was gross on the deep impact table. I just two pair, under two pair, and lost on the river. I'm not thrilled about the heart or the paired 7, frankly, here, but I think I still have to call with queens and 7s. And that's gross. That's the way it goes. I mean, that's going to happen. He's also going to be there with a jack sometimes. He's going to be there with 9 sometimes with the open-ended, or the king with the open-ended. So I think, I think it's not a terrible call. I think I just got unlucky there. I can probably, by betting on the turn, I might get him out of the way, but he does have a pair, so he could be very sticky as well, which just means I lose more on the river if that's the case. So that's the other part of my stack preservation that I look at, is putting money in the pot now has an impact on the action down the streets. So in many cases, all you're doing is just bloating pots or increasing the amount that you're risking when you've got relatively marginal holdings at the end of the day that could very easily get drawn out on. When you're playing in a game where people can be expected to quote-unquote do the right thing, it's probably a different situation. But in these nanos, a lot of times it's just a really weird spot. And if you start going hard with what look to be good hands like top pair, top kicker, or even two pairs, that sort of thing, people are going to be sticky with single pairs, and you're going to end up in spots where you've got more money in and they still get out on you on the river. And that's going to happen more often in these sorts of stakes than it does in larger stakes where people are playing more quote-unquote rational poker, I guess. So we raised ace-king over here, got one caller, and got top pair and the nut flush draw, so we're pretty happy with that flop. And we're pretty happy that we're getting called on that flop as well. When we bet, we're pretty happy to continuing. And he, I think, just called there to see if I was going to check the turn when he showed action. And when I decided not to do that, he happily got out of the way when I put the bet in. Four, 5, we get to check to see a cheap flop. We flop the up and down straight draw. I'm going to throw a bet out there. I could actually take this down a lot of the time, I think. Being the big blind there, who knows what I have. I could easily have smashed that flop, and when I lead there, it's telling the story that I've hit a hand. We're definitely putting in a raise with our pair of sixes as well. Let's go to a fairly chunky raise in this case. I'll do that sort of raise a lot of times with my suited connectors as well, lower suited connectors as well. So it's kind of a nice balancing to do it with a pair here. I think I'm getting a fold most of the time anyways, but it's, you know. Got a pair of nines over here on the Titan. It's early in, so I think we're going to put in a 3-bet. Since we've got a limper, punish the limper. We got a call from Alan Partridge, who I've played with before. GGC I've also played with before, so these are common. And we get a horrible flop for nines, so we're just getting the heck out of the way here, I think. Probably have to Hollywood this a little bit just so it doesn't think we're completely out to lunch, but at the end of the day, that's just a horrible flop for nines, so I don't think we're doing anything. Get rid of that. In the Comet, got Ace King, which I have raised a little bit too small, frankly. I didn't actually see the limp in front. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Should have raised that a little bit bigger with the limp. But as it is, we're going to c-bet this, and we're still ahead with Ace King quite a bit here, I think. I think we're still ahead with Ace King, but we probably check back here, see a river, and make an assessment on the river, I think, at this point. We could do a second c-bet here. I think it's probably best just to check back. When he calls the flop, he indicates that he's got something. I mean, he could just be floating. And I think we're going to check back at this point, and we're actually going to win a fair bit with our Ace-King high against other aces. Obviously not against Ace-Jack, but there's going to be Ace-King there, or Ace-Queen there a lot. There's going to be other lower aces, I think, there. So I think it's not a terrible check back there. I'm not going to get value out of anything. And I'm going to get called by a lot of better hands. So there's very little I get value out of there. I don't think if I bet there I get value out of. I might get value of an Ace Queen. But I don't think I get value out of like an Ace 9 or an Ace 8 or anything like that. And the 10 and the Jack, the Ace 10 and the Ace Jack hits. So I really don't think there's any sort of value that I can extract with my Ace King. I can bluff, but I don't think I'm getting a lot of hands to fold at that point either. So it's not really worth the bluff. On the Titan, or sorry, on the Titan, we flopped the flush draw after getting a free flop. And I think we're going to call this bet because that looks like I hit an ace or I hit a queen and I want to call this pot. So when the heart comes, I think we win this. I think we win a lot of chips on this pot, quite a bit. I think because we've got such a low, I don't want a bigger heart to hang out with me at this point, because that's going to happen, and now my heart draw is like a piece of crap. So we're still going to put a bet out because we have to look like we like our flush draw, or we like our flush. But yeah, I'm a little surprised that my 6-high flush draw won that, frankly. Pair aces is a nice hand to get here, especially after that last hand got showed down and people saw the way it was played. I might be able to get some value out of this, actually. So we're going to put in a bit of a raise here to, let's go 163 in this case, so a little bit over 3x. I think Alan Partridge is somebody who does not like to give up his blinds, but I think to a small bet raised by me, he's going to. Don't know Sonny, so I don't know what to expect there. Got a pair of queens over here in the deep impact. So I think we're definitely putting in a bit of a raise there. Just the king, so we're definitely still value betting our hand. And getting a fold, that's nice. So we're 9 of 13 in this one. Still 90-cent min, but I think the next bust out will be a pay jump for us. We've got ace king in the small blind. That's a nice hand. That said, we are the small stack at our table, which means we are at risk in every hand. Have to be concerned about that. And ace king is, after all, just a good ace rag. You know what? I'm going to disguise the strength of my hand in this. I'm just going to call behind, see what the flop brings, and play it from there. Flop brings top pair, top kicker, and I'm a relatively happy boy. Since we got through on that, we are going to lead this flop. I do lead this flop when I miss as well a fair bit, so it's worth me leading it when I smash it like I did. I mean, I could obviously be against ace jack or ace 7 here, but I think I just have to keep valuing my ace king high. Yeah. I was not expecting to be against jack 9. That's worth noting, with no way that he's quite willing to go that deep with jack with a questionable kicker at that point. That said, I did say I specifically underplayed or under-repped my hand when I called preflop, so he's not putting me on an ace. Yeah, okay, no, actually that makes more sense now. He's not putting me on an ace there, so I can't really criticize him calling me down. There, I trapped him to calling me down. So we're now 4 of 13 in the deep impact. The Comet is closed reg now, I am certain. I'm 9 of 57 over there with 18 paying. The Titan is still late reg for ages yet, so we won't worry too much about where we're sitting there. Welcome to everybody who's come to join me and watch the stream with me. Say hello and chat if you feel like it. The honest truth is I'm mostly just here to talk to myself. I talk to myself when I'm playing poker anyways, and I realize that living alone, talking to myself, I look kind of crazy. Now, granted, I live alone, so there's nobody to actually see me look crazy, but I figure if I put a headset on stream, I look slightly less crazy talking to myself. So it kind of works out for the best. I also think that, obviously, I think talking through poker hands while you're playing them is a really good strategy for figuring out where you are and what's going on, and you find things that you might have overlooked when you're not actually verbalizing what your thoughts are. Maybe that's weird. Maybe that's different for me, but I've actually found if you look down below on my Twitter profile there, you'll actually see some results from 3 years ago when I was running a stream called Anything But Hold'em for ages on PokerStars, where I was playing 08 games, stud 8 games, Raz, horse, 8 game, Badoogie, all sorts of, basically as the name suggests, anything but Hold'em. And we did relatively well with that, and it was a lot of fun. So you might actually see some mixed games from Stars on here as well from time to time. But the whole point of this is to sort of stream my free rolls and get the edge that I find. The edge that I found when I was doing the Anything But Hold'em, that I find when I'm actually talking through the hands and, speaking. Whether it's speaking to myself or speaking to an audience, either way, it's having an audience at this point is bonus for me, and I love it. But I'm kind of here talking to myself because it's good to talk to yourself when you're playing poker, I think. Online, not live. Talking to yourself when you're playing live poker, bad idea. Lots of tells involved with talking to yourself while playing live poker. Pair of queens. We've got a raise from the button. I think this is a good hand to 3-bet, frankly. And we've got an overpair to the flop, so that's always a nice thing to have. And we've got somebody shoving. So he hit a set. He's got an overpair to the flop. That's bigger than my overpair to the flop. Well, I think I just have to take this. We've done the one pay jump. And yes, we took it. I mean, he could have aces or kings there, obviously. He could have hit a set of jacks there. But again, I think I just have to go with that. Ace 10 again. I think we can actually put in for a little bit of a raise here. With the suited ace 10. And in the small blind out of position, we kind of don't mind taking the betting lead that way. Lets us put out a continuation bet here with the king-jack on board that we easily could have smashed and take down the pot. $10-3 on the button. I think this is going to be an open for me if it folds to me. I wouldn't normally open this. Obviously, it's obviously a bluff open. But at this stage, it feels like the right move to make, assuming it folds to me. I won't 3-bet this hand. Don't think there's enough post-flop equity when you get called on a hand like this. But I will put in a raise with it. See if we can take it down pre-flop. Or, flop the nuts. Taking it down pre-flop is exactly what we're after when we do things like that. Two things. Taking it down pre-flop is exactly what we're after, but also presenting an image that makes it slightly more likely we're going to get called when we put in the similar sized raise with a much stronger hand. So we're 2 of 10 now in the flop top pair with the backdoor nut clubs. So we're pretty happy with life right now. Get out of the way there. So 2 of 10 now. 115 is the next cash out. I believe there's going to be a pay jump at 9. And then it starts going up every position after that, if I'm not mistaken. $11.80 up top. Be nice to take this one down. That'd be a nice add to the bankroll, which, as you can see, is $11.58 at the moment after today's buy-ins, which at this point are exactly at $1.05, I believe. I am still playing the Comet as well. I am 14 of 46 in that. Reg is closed. There are 18 people getting paid there. 111 is the min cash on a 50-cent buy-in with 14.51 up top. The Titan is still early going. Nano Titan is still early going. I'm 11 of 47 there. Currently 9 places getting paid, but Reg is still open, and there will be a lot more. It's usually an 18 or a 24 payout on that one by the time Reg closes. Check the 710. We're not terribly interested in getting involved with this usually. They haven't flopped much. There's something of a backdoor hearts, but they're not great hearts, so I'm not that thrilled, frankly. And we'll fold this. Ace deuce suited is probably going to be a raise, I think. Make this a relatively small raise, I think. Just over 2x. We get called. We could easily have hit that jack. We did hit the 2, so we do have a piece of this flop. I think we're going to have to continue bet. So I think now that he's called our continuation bet, I think we check at this point and reassess on the river. We're almost certainly making a call. I say almost certainly because, he can do stupid things like shove on us, which is, gross, but we're probably not calling a shove. But, I mean, he's probably playing a jack or an 8 at this point. So that's a exact half pot size bet. Yeah, I mean, he could easily have hit a jack or an 8 at this point. Could easily be on hearts as well, but I think that the deuce is just too weak to get involved here, so I'm going to get out of the way. Ace King, we're definitely putting in another raise with. This time when we get played back at, if we do, we are obviously a lot more interested in our hand, but as Kmart would say, the Church of Ace King. I'm not quite as enamored with my Ace Kings as Kmart tends to be, because I do think it's just an ace rag. It's a very good ace rag, I will admit. But at the end of the day, on flops like this, when you just completely whiff, it's still just an ace high. It is the best ace high, but it is still just an ace high. It is now, however, the best hand, and we will put in a bet. We're probably not going to get any value. So yeah, I mean, I sort of gather I can get value if I'm semi-bluffing on the turn and flop there. I can get extra value. I can also donk off a ton of my chips to people that have hit that flop. So, either or. Jack 3, probably not going to get involved with that. So we run through the other table. So this is the deep impact where we're 2 of 9, 150 is the current min or the next cash with 1180 up top. The Comet here we are 16 of 44 with 18 places getting paid. Reg is closed there. 111 is the min cash at this point. And this is the Titan, which is still early. We're 16 of 48. Currently 9 people getting paid, but that will increase as more people reg. Got a King 10 on the button here, so we are going to put in a raise with that to something like 285, I think. A little bit more than 3x to take into account the limpers that we see in front of us. And we'll see what happens on the flop. Got a lot of takers, and we've whiffed the flop, basically. Then again, I'm the one that's expected to have the ace, so when I put the bet out here, I'm going to get a lot of folds when I bet half pot there. As the pre-flop raiser, I'm the one that's expected to have the ace, so... I think I'll check back on this one and see what the river brings, and we will go from there. The river brings a brick for me, and it's a check-check situation. I probably lose to a weak ace or an 8 of some sort. An 8 of some sort. Big hand developing over on the deep impact table. I got 9s. I raised in the small blind, got 3-bet by the big blind, and I called. Flop came 10-6-3. I checked. He checked. Jack. I'm going to throw out a bet. The other nice thing I like about Unibet is they've got these hand histories going on, which is always cool to see. So I think I have to keep betting my value here. I don't necessarily think he's hit the jack. He might be on a 10. I think I get a 10 to fold sometimes with this bet. I don't think he's on clubs. That's would be absurd if he's on clubs, I think. So yeah, I mean, I think I get 10s to fold there. So, I mean, I suppose I was turning my hand into a bluff there, but I think it's what I needed to do. I can get folds from weak 10s, but I might get calls from strong, like from strong 6s there. So, and even a 7, somebody who hits a 7 on the river might get a call from there. So, gives a decent bet, I think. It kind of works both ways, value bluff. Maybe I'm just deluding myself, who knows. So we got the 10-9 of diamonds, which is a backdoor straights and flushes. Let's see one more card. There's only one overcard on the flop as well, so our pairs could still be good if we hit them. So that is part of our backdoor straight. It is part of our backdoor straight, but means a gut shot at this point. Still, we're getting good at pot odds, so let's see what happens. We hit our gut shot. That's what happens. So ace 10's obviously going to be ahead of us, but I think we still have to... We get bluffed off pots when we get raised on. It's probably a weak call, but I'm going to just make a call here, I think. Kind of sucked out on him there. I went runner against his 2 pairs. Then again, he sucked out on me by hitting 2 pairs on the flop, so it kind of goes both ways, right? So we're 1 of 8 in the deep impact now. Got a good chance of actually taking this one down. That would be awesome. 1180 would be a nice bank to the bankroll, that's for sure. Especially on our first day of streaming. That would be a heck of a way to Heck of a way to kick the stream off. Although I'm relatively happy with a cash on my first day of streaming. So I think it's been a win for a day of streaming already. So I'm not too unhappy with the day at this point. King 8 of clubs in the big blind with our big stack. Down to 7 remaining now. We are 1 away from the final table. Raising into my King 8. I really don't think I need to get involved with this, frankly. I mean, it's not a terrible hand, a great hand either, and I mean, at this stage, there's probably better places to go. I suppose if I was going to get involved there, I would 3-bet that. Like I'm going to put in a bit of a raise with this hand, even though it's not a great hand. He's folding his big blind quite a bit, though, and I think that I can use that to my advantage. So we are hand for hand for the final table now. 7 people remaining. 225 is our next payout. 1180 up top. That's what we're shooting for here. We have the top stack. We have the best chance of taking that 1180. Taking down a tournament on our first day streaming would be pretty awesome, I would say. Pretty fucking awesome. If you'll excuse my fucking language there. Five 4 offsuit is a pitchable hand. It's more pitchable than playable. Gotta change my batteries. Ten 6 of hearts. Not a terrible hand. Good chance it walks to us, actually, with our recent action at this table. We can check to a flop. Which is exactly the sort of flop we like to see with the 10 6 of hearts. I can't deny that I'm running really good in this one. I'm hitting the hands when I need to hit them. And I think I want to put a bet out here. I don't really. I like to see him bet, so I check back. But another heart just sort of cripples my hand at that point, and I really don't want to. I really don't need to see that, frankly. I've been cannibalizing his blinds a lot, and frankly, with a 9-3 offsuit, I think that I'm just going to cut my losses this time and let him take it, because I'm not feeling that's like 4 or 5 times lucky, frankly, so I'm just going to let him take that. I've been cannibalizing his blinds a lot. Which I suppose is my job at the moment, being the big stack and being in the small blind when he's in the big. But can't overdo it, or else you're going to get yourself in trouble. This is potentially a big hand over here to bring us to the. He ends up folding, but could have been a big hand. We are at the final table anyways, so now we are down to 6 players left. Final table of the Deep Impact. On our first day streaming, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit a final table. My fellow humans, life is good. We will check that. Just going to do a quick update on my stream title. I was calling that for the spades, obviously. They didn't come through. We still have the jack potentially, but I mean, I think I'm probably up against the ace here a lot, so I'm just going to get out of the way. Alrighty, final table hype up on the stream title. Just doing a bit of Twitter stuff. Pair of queens and people shoving in front of us. Life is good, ladies and gentlemen. My fellow humans, all is right with the world. That's another table we are not interested in. Hold, hold, hold. Yes, we hold. We hold. Crushing the Deep Impact. We are now 1 of 5 in the Deep Impact. 350 is the next cash level. Crushing the Deep Impact. I mean, I can't deny that I've been running amazingly well. You know, calling or getting a free flop in the big blind with 10-5 of hearts and getting an all-heart flop. You can't really see a hand like that and not say you're running well. But that said, it also takes some strategy to actually get to this point as well and be in the position to actually hit those hands. So yes, I'm running well, but hey, we're here. We're here and we're winning massive flips. So when you're in this position and you're winning massive flips, all is right with the world. So pretty happy. The Comet is now down to 30 players remaining, so there's 12 to go to the money in that one. I am 18 of 30 currently. still sitting with something like 55 big blinds, so it's still pretty deep stacked to that one. So one of the things I like about the Comet is that it's super, super, super deep stacked. 10-minute blind levels, and the blinds go up really slowly. We're only at 250,500 now in the Comet. Let's have a quick look at the Comet for a few minutes. So yeah, we're 250,500 with 30 players left. And somebody sitting in 18th spot with less than the average big blinds has got 50 big blinds at this point, right? 50 big blinds would be 25,000. So it's a pretty deep stack tournament, and I really like the deep stack play, frankly. However, I'm right on the money bubble at the moment. Once again, as I said in the deep impact, though, that's not necessarily something that I need to be terribly concerned about, especially not when being right on the money bubble means also having 55 big blinds, because I got plenty of stack to play with. I can easily ramp that up. But if I get involved too freely, too openly to try to build my stack into a higher position, I can also easily get crushed from that. So there's a real balance at this stage between the preserving this stack that I have with the ability to play, and still staying in a position where I feel reasonably comfortable that I can get into a cashing spot. So alrighty, let's go back to the deep impact, since that's where our money is at the moment. $3.50 or €3.50 is our next payout. We are the chip leader by almost 200,000 chips, with 5 players remaining. I haven't been getting involved too much recently because I haven't had terribly good hands. I probably could have gotten involved with the King 9 of spades, but it's not the greatest hand in the world, so you can also pretty easily drop it as well. For the Jack 6. And a 5-4 suited in the big blind. It's probably worth seeing a flop with, depending on how absurd people get. I'm probably calling that, definitely with the small blind in as well. Not the best flop for 5-4 of hearts. Check to the razor. Yeah, we'll just get rid of that. I was sort of thinking of putting in a bit of a bluff check raise there, but that's the kind of flop that is going to hit a pre-flop raiser's hand a lot of the time, so I think it's probably best to just get out of the way at that point. 6-4 suited with a raise and a call. Small blind. I don't really think I need to get into it. Get involved with the worst position on the table. We still got a good chip lead and can let other people fight it out for the time being. King Queen on the button is definitely a hand we are going to be interested in. Just going to call in position here. Downplay the strength of my hand a bit. See what comes on the flop. It's definitely a spot where you could put in a 3-bet as well, obviously. And it might work out better in some cases because you're going to clear out some of the table when you're when you put in that 3-bet there, whereas here we've got a family pot and somebody's probably got the ace, although you'd think they would have raised it pre if they had the ace. So the king queen high might still be good. That said, there's 9s and 4s out there that are going to check that flop because of the ace on there. So and see what somebody else does if somebody checked an ace. So now we've turned the straight draw. Got shot 10 basically. So we're going to call and see a river just to see what happens, since it's so cheap and the pot odds are like 1 billion to 1. Obviously an exaggeration, but not that much of an exaggeration. So on the heart, when he bets out, when the heart turn comes, that probably means he's got the goods. So I'll just get rid of it. Get rid of the queen 3. 16 of 28 in the Comet now, 10 to go till the money, and we are in a money spot at the moment, sitting with about 40 big blinds currently. We flopped this open-ended straight draw that we're going to put some money in against. It was a limped pot, so we're in this for free, and we've pretty much flopped all we could hope for without hitting a pair. Backdoor hearts as well. So we get raised, which could easily, of course, be a straight already. And given that we're just drawing, I think we're going to get out of the way on that one. It was sort of a speculative bet anyway, since we're on the draw, but. And again, I'm still sort of in a stack preservation mode where I don't really want to go too crazy with speculative hands. I do want to see cheap flops when I can, but I don't want to get too crazy on speculative hands. So like this case, for example, with a pair of 5s, I am going to see a cheap flop, and I'm going to flop a set of 5s, which is nice. So we're going to check and hope somebody bets into us, and we can put in a raise. So without people betting into us, we are now going to throw a half pet bot out, half pot bet out. We get raised, and we are going to 4-bet, or 3-bet to about 3/4 of a pot with our set of 5s. Because there's a 7-9, obviously, and a 9-Jack that's hit the straights. And I mean, that might be what we're up against at this point. It's sort of starting to feel that way. So what I'm going to do at this point is call behind. And turn my set into a bluff on the river when the hearts come. Well, that did not go nearly as well as I'd hoped it would, and we have busted out of the Comet in 27th position, 9 before the cash. So, oh well, that is life. I mean, I think, I don't know. I mean, I knew sort of what I was getting into there. And, you know, I think that at the end of the day, I'm obviously not getting him off the hand on the turn, and the bluff shove on the river is probably the only chance I have to get him off the hand. Going into a break here, so I'm not really going to bother playing this too much. So we get rid of that. Alrighty, it is now time for a break. So enjoy another set of commercials, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Every Sunday night on ABC, live adventure with two forces that defend a nation's security. First, board America's most amazing...
This is sore throat weather, mean and nasty. What can you do about weather like this? Nothing. What can you do about the sore throat pain it often brings? Plenty. Take Sucrets, as many doctors recommend, for fast, temporary relief. Sucrets antiseptic lozenges help relieve sore throat pain fast. Sucrets contain the unique pain reliever hexylresorcinol. Unlike leading mouthwash and cough syrup products, Sucrets dissolve slowly, continuously releasing hexylresorcinol to bathe inflamed throat tissue. Sucrets kill germs on contact to help prevent infection, and Sucrets relieve sore throat pain fast. You can eat, drink, even smoke in greater comfort. Sucrets help relieve minor sore throat pain fast. In box, roll, and cherry flavored for children.
In an age of miracle, after miracle, you wonder, what really can be miraculous when it comes to basics like food? Well, now from Carnation comes new Carnation Instant Breakfast. It turns a glass of milk into a balanced meal. Think of it. You get vitamin C, the orange juice vitamin, as much protein as 2 fresh eggs, as much mineral nourishment as 2 strips of crisp bacon, plus more energy than 2 slices of buttered toast in every delicious, satisfying glass. Try Carnation Instant Breakfast. You owe it to yourself and to your family. Here is a breakfast that's almost too good to be true, and yet it is. And that's a promise from Carnation.
Here's a man who loves good coffee, and he's discovered a new coffee creamer that lets him enjoy his coffee even more. Coffee Mate, Carnation's non-dairy coffee creamer. Needs no refrigeration, only 11 calories per level teaspoon. Your coffee even more. Switch to Coffee Mate.
This is the girl. This is the dress. And this is the look, the fresh, lively look of CoverGirl Dorothea McGowan. What photographer wouldn't agree that this face, this fashion, this figure make the perfect cover for 17 magazine? Dorothea's complexion always looks so natural you can't believe it's makeup. She uses CoverGirl, fragrant liquid and powder with famous Noxema medication to help improve your complexion. And brand new CoverGirl lipstick in stunning colors chosen by CoverGirls. Medicated to help keep lips soft, moist, luscious. So for that naturally glamorous CoverGirl look, get CoverGirl Cosmetics with famous Noxema medication. Glamour that's good for your skin, good for your lips. Right, Dorothea?
I love everything about CoverGirl. So will you.
Hold it. Isn't that wild? I just took 4 flash pictures without changing bulbs with Sylvania's fantastic new invention, the Blue Dot Flash Cube. Just pop one on any new Flash Cube model camera and shoot. With the Sylvania Blue Dot Flash Cube, you're always ready for the great shots that used to get away. So I bought lots of them. Maybe I'll stuff Christmas stockings with them. Oops. What about regular flash cameras? Sylvania Blue Dot Flash bulbs. When the dot is blue, the bulb is good. Blue dots for sure shots. So for regular flash cameras, Blue Dot Flash bulbs. And for new Flash Cube model cameras, Blue Dot Flash Cubes. Sylvania Blue Dot Flash bulbs or Flash Cubes. Isn't that wild?
Rough war.
Have a cigarette.
No, thanks. I prefer Pall Mall. Haven't you redcoats heard? Pall Mall smokers are particular about taste.
Hi! You're just in time for the parade. Great. How about a cigarette? And not one of those, thanks. I just naturally prefer Pall Mall because I'm particular about taste.
Like a cigarette before we march? Oh, no thanks. I prefer Pall Mall. Pall Mall smokers are particular about taste. What's so particular about Pall Mall's taste? It's natural mildness. And you know what that means. Smooth, pleasing flavor. Nothing more, nothing less. I know what I like, and I like Pall Mall. Here, see for yourself.
Be prepared. Enjoy the long cigarette that's long on flavor. Buy Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
Welcome, fellow humans. We are back, and we are at the final table of the Deep Impact. We're also playing the Nano Titan. We busted the Comet right before the break in sort of a gross spot. Had to turn our set of 5s into a bluff on the river that probably wasn't going to work, but it was the only way we were going to win the hand. I suppose we could have check folded there, but it's pretty gross when he could be bluffing the straight there on us, so I don't know. Still, we're 1 of 5 in the Deep Impact, and on our first day of streaming, we have got a final table. We got the biggest stack, and we have got a flush draw, second nut flush draw at the moment. So we're pretty happy with our life. All is right with the world. Even though we busted the Comet, all is still right with the world. Now we have a second pair and the second nut flush draw. So I think given the call, we might be up against the king. Good chance of that, frankly. So let's check back and see what the river brings. I don't think he's going to fold when the queen comes on the turn. If it was an ace, we might have gotten a fold. But so the 10 of diamonds, probably check is the way this goes most of the time. And I think I win a reasonable amount of the time. And he wins a reasonable amount of time. Jack 3, I'll get rid of that, I think. Interesting hand developing over on the Titan table. I raised ace-king suited pre, called by the big blind, called when I c-bet, and check on the flop. Now he's leading the river. Could be a busted heart draw, could be a busted straight draw, although the straight did turn and river to a certain degree. I think this is going to be a hero call. And it's a bad hero call. But hey, that's the way it goes. Just got into a free roll as well. So there's a there's the free roll, Unibet Open free roll that I'm in. But we're most interested in our deep run in the deep impact. Jack 3 with Queen Queen 4 on the board. We checked into this, so we're not hugely invested in this pot. And I think we can just get out of the way. Ace Deuce, this is going to be raised certainly if it folds to me. The offsuit isn't great, but I'm pretty happy to raise an ace at this point. However, with the raise from the button, we probably won't get involved out of position with Ace Deuce. Yeah, I think they did, Lane. I actually don't have the sound on when I'm on my break, so I didn't actually hear how it was done, and I listened to it last night, so I can't exactly remember. But it was a weird pronunciation. You got to remember this is American, mostly American stuff that I'm pulling as well, so it's going to have weird American pronunciations compared to our Canadian sounding stuff. Got an Ace-10 offsuit and the button of the Unibet Open free roll in the first hand. So this is one of those spots where I'm more interested in a family pot and see what happens than I am because there will be 6 people that will get it all in for 35 big blinds with weird hands. So I mean, I suppose it's always okay to get it in with a reasonably strong hand in those cases, but it's pretty hard to know whether your Ace-10 is going to be massive against a bunch of King Queens, King Jacks, and Jack 8s, or whether it's going to be crushed by hands that actually should be involved. So So in this case, I think we're getting out of the way of this one, and we'll go back to the deep impact where I've got a pair of deuces. And we've gone check, check on the flop, and I think it's going to go check, check on the turn as well. I might have put a bet out on the turn. Definitely putting a bet out now. And I probably get called by kings, nines. Definitely think this is value. Didn't really expect to get value out of an ace high, but it is parachute we're talking about. We've seen him call pretty light in past cases as well today, so it happens. So the Nano Titan's not going so hot. We still are in late registration and rebuy period on here, but it's been a pretty grueling set. I was up early, but I've lost a couple of big hands recently off stream, and it's been pretty gross. So we're not doing so hot over there, but there's still lots of time, and there's been quite a few times in this one where I've been down to half or a third of a stack and spun her back up again to get into scoring position. So we shall see. We shall see how it goes. Yeah, we'll get rid of the 710 when it comes around to us there. Going to mostly focus, as I said, on the deep impact since that's where our money is at the moment. Still the chip leader out of 5. 350 is the next cash. But we got our sights set on that 1180 sitting up at top. And the virtual win. I cash a fair bit in the nanos here. I've only actually won one tournament on Unibet. I lied. I've won 2 tournaments. I won a free roll for a $5 ticket a few weeks ago, and I won one of the nano tournaments as well a couple of weeks back. So I do cash a fair bit, but I actually, like I say, I'm not winning a ton, which could be a result of my somewhat passive play style, as you've seen, and my focus on preservation rather than stack growth. But at this point, I'm also much more interested in stack growth and cannibalizing stacks when I can and when I have reasonable equity hands to work with. So the Nano Deep Impact never did get over its $50 guarantee. King 10, 11 big blinds. I have a big shove in front of me. I mean, he could easily be light, but I think King 10 is probably a bit weak to be calling that off with there, even when I can still rebuy. Although it might be a spot. He's obviously someone who's just bought in or just rebought, so it could easily also be a very light shove. All right, so we got Queen 4 in the Deep Impact. Realize I think I was just talking about a hand that you guys weren't watching. You were watching on the table, actually, while I was doing that because I was off on another screen while I was playing. So I apologize for that, but it was on the it's in the Titan. I was basically deciding for my life over in the Titan. That's not the right one. That's the Titan. There we go. And again, it's because those can be so, he can be so light there. Yeah, I mean, Queen 10 and he's shoving like 30 big blinds or whatever. It's just absurd, right? But of course he hits, and you know, it's bizarre when well, I see that so much in these tournaments where there are people that are just open shoving with the stupidest hands. Alrighty, big things happening in the Deep Impact. Big set of kings in the small blind. I shouldn't say big set of kings. That's bad poker parlance. Big pair of kings in the a bit over 2x. That puppy, I think, with our Cowboys. KK. Krispy Kremes. the Jack 6 over here. I think. I'm all in for my life in the Titan. And we get folds. That's cool. It limped to me in the big blind with ace 3, so I figured I'm not... Ooh, we got king over there now. That's awesome. At 9-9 in the deep impact as well, and the cutoff, so that's going to be something that we get involved with too. We are definitely going to be shoving this. Anything else I think looks way too fishy. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Got something developing over on the deep impact with a pair of 9s. Ace queen that we just got rid of, or that we just passed up over on the other side. I called that on the button. I'm calling that on the button. We'll stay with the 9-9 hand for the time being. Flopped a set of 9s on a straighty board. It is rainbow. The ace queen hand, we whiffed, caught a king 10-4, 2 hearts, so we're just going to get out of the way on that one. We are going to check our set of 9s and see how parachute behaves, with the intention of pretty much calling everything that parachute decides to do, like a shoving. We're snapping you off, dude. Ah, gross. Oh no, that's good. That's good. It was queen he needed. It was the thought for a second he hit the straight. Alrighty, so 1 of 4 now, folks. We are going to put in a bit of a raise with this one. We are 1 of 4. 450 is the next payout, although we are not interested in only making 450 at this point. Perfect spot for a delayed c-bet. An even better spot for a value bet on the river. Ace-Jack and 9-Jack obviously got there. Oh, this is feeling very familiar, is it not? The straights got there, and there's also a 10. It's probably loose. Yeah, there we go. Oh well. I think I have to make that call with 2 pairs there. I mean, I guess maybe he's not raising there with anything other than the nuts or a bluff, but I don't know. Feels like I can't really fold two pairs there when it comes in that way. Yeah, of course I don't mean that he's only got the nuts there. He's got like big hands like 3-10s or the straights of various kinds. A lot, the hands that beat my 2 pairs. But I also think that it's a reasonably good bluff card as well. So I don't know. That's okay. We're still a chip leader, although it's much closer now. I'm still relatively happy with the spot, and we'll see how things go. We found a flush draw over here. Gonna put some money in on that. It was a limped pot again, so we're gonna put some money in and try to take it away here. And we're going to put some money in again on the semi-bluff. And we've now hit a 4, which is almost certainly no good. Against anything that he was calling for value. But it is, however, good against complete air. Here, call. I probably should have been in with that ace-8, but we'll head back over to the deep impact table. Still 4 players left there. Jack 3 we'll probably get rid of. Or we'll just check through to see the flop. Oh, nice to hit top pair with that. So we still got second pair. And we lose to the King Jack, which isn't all that surprising. Still the chip leader. Putting in a raise on the button with 6-8 over on the Titan table. Taking it down. Shoved on the free roll with 9-10 and got there with hearts. Sweet. Still sitting this chip leader in the deep impact. Got an ace queen under the gun in the Titan. I'm calling ace-7 suited on the button in the deep impact as well. Flop came all diamonds. I have hearts, unfortunately. No ace on the flop. We're checking that one behind, and we're going to head over there while this hand with fours plays out. We hit the ace on the turn, which is nice. I don't think with the check around anybody hit diamonds, but given that it was a cheap or a cheap flop, there might be diamonds out there, but I still think I have to bet my ace. I probably get value from queens, although queens probably would have bet on the flop. I think I get value from any hand that flopped a pair and didn't bet. And I take it down a lot right there, which is always good too. Get rid of the 7 deuce. I think we're nearly finished with the rebuy period in the Titan. I am sitting with 16,000 chips, which is about 15 big blinds at the moment. No, sorry, 25 big blinds at the moment. Not in a great spot, but not in a terrible spot. This one's a little more shallow than the other ones. I just folded a straight over there pre-flop, which was dumb, but it happens. I don't think I can call this shove with Jack 7. Be better spots coming up later. I'm going to raise in the Titan with ace 5. Suited. A pair of 7s that we're putting in a raise with in the deep impact as well in the small blind to big blind. After the big blind just shoved on us in the previous hand. Gets through. We'll get rid of the ace 3 under the gun, and we will go and we're going to raise, and we're going to call ace 8 offsuit on the button in the deep impact because we had STKK limp in front of us. We hit 2 pair with clubs on board. Aces and 8s. That's the dead man's hand. It might not bode well, but we will play our aces and 8s, so we will play our dead man's hand. I believe it's called the dead man's hand because, well, Bill Hickok perhaps? So somebody was shot while playing that hand, I believe, back in the Old West days. We've still got 2 pair, and the guy calling is the other big stack. Yeah, so he could have easily just been sort of trying to float. Fold that one. All in with 6s in the free roll. See how that goes. I have got 6s and kings. And we take it down on the Titan table that is behind the scenes. And we win against the threes. Nice double up for us in the free roll. Go back to the deep impact where we're still 1 of 4. Got a king queen in the big blind against our active small blind friend SDKK. We're going to actually put in a raise this time. We don't usually raise him, and he's just going to get the hell out of the way when we do that. So we're going to do a little bit more of that, I think, at this point. Not this time. We're just going to call behind with our king 10, even though we're in bad position. See what the flop brings, go from there. Reassess. Nice lead out when we hit our king. This is a strategy that seems to work pretty well for me in the nanos. When they're limped pots and I hit anything on the flop, I lead out. The reason I say it works well for me is because I also lead out a bunch of times when I don't hit the flop, and I end up getting a lot of folds from it. So I'm pretty happy to get stacks in against Eldraku at this point with this hand. So I think we want to actually go reasonably big here. Do we even want to shove, maybe? Yeah, shoving's probably a bit much. I think let's just go 3/4 pot. Got ace 10 in the Titan. We're going to raise that up a little bit. It's under the gun, so it's not a great spot. So we get shoved on. I mean, he's going to have 4s sometimes. This is a small blind, obviously. He's going to have 4s sometimes. He's going to have a king 9 sometimes. He's going to have a better king sometimes, but he's also going to have a 9. King 9. Okay. It kind of sucks that his dominated hand got there on us, but that's the way poker goes, right? That is the way poker goes. And now we got ace-ace. We're going to put in a bit of a raise with that. Well, we flop quad, so I think we're going to check back and hope he bets into us. I think we'll do one more. I mean, I might have got value on the turn, but I don't think at this point I just can't get anything really. I mean, I think given the way that went, I probably wasn't. I might have got, if I started betting on the flop, he might have thought I was bluffing. All in with 9s on the free roll table. Got it through. Only 9 get paid in that free roll, so it's a bit of an uphill struggle to make the tickets, but you do get there. My buddy Matty got there yesterday, so he's got a ticket to play. So I'm still first in the deep impact, although not quite as intensely anymore. Still relatively happy with the position. It's kind of gross the way the king 9 beat up my king 10, but that's life, I suppose. That is poker life. Ace Jack against Eldraku. I'm going to be so we got a raise and a call. Or no, sorry, two lamps. think I like, again, this is another strategy that works reasonably well for me, limping behind with bigger hands, because people just don't suspect that you've got a hand. So now that there's a bet on that flop, I do have the backdoor clubs. Yeah, let's see one card. Let's see one card. Let's peel one off. So we get the club, which means we're still drawing. We still have overcards to the board. And we have the fourth nut club draw. We're all in with nines against a shove in the free roll. Against eights and aces, and we lose to a set of aces, actually aces full of threes. But we do get to keep some of our chips because we had more chips than the guy with aces didn't have very many chips at all. So we brick out on our club draw. And once again, a dominated hand pre-flop gets there on us. Kind of gross. Gonna call with my suited pair there. I'm still first, and I still want to get involved in pots, especially cheaply. We're a lot closer though in chips now, so it's a little bit more dangerous and I have to be a little more wary. So we've hit top pair. Pretty happy with that. Makes our life pretty easy c-betting this flop. Or betting this flop, I suppose. We can't c-bet when we didn't raise pre, but... King deuce in the deep impact. Probably get rid of that to the raise, I think. Still live in the Titan as well. 32 of 37. 19 away from the money there. Obviously don't have a great stack, but still alive and keeping steady, which is really what you need to do if you can't be getting chips at this point in time. Also still alive in the Unibet Open free roll. Down to like 100 people-ish left, so it's time to start thinking about tightening up at this point. It's amazing how far you can go just by not getting involved in these, because people get involved really light and bust out and kind of weird situations. So you can actually watch bigger stacks than you bust out quite quickly in these tournaments if you just kind of hang around. So one of the reasons I don't usually stream the free rolls, is I don't actually play what I would consider an optimal strategy in any way in the free rolls. It's very much a free roll strategy, specifically tailored to what I've observed in those games, and I win tickets reasonably frequently. I would say average of $5 a week since I started playing. $5 in tickets a week since I started playing them. Really be nice to take down this Deep Impact, though. A win on our first day streaming would be pretty good. Although I'm already pretty chuffed about getting final table in my my first day streaming, so I'm already pretty chuffed about that. Don't already chalking it up as a win, but a bit of extra icing on the cake would be always be awesome. King 3 is not really much good to us. So I got about 15 big blinds in the Titan Nano, 30 of 36 with 18 paying. As I said, I'm not actually in cashing position at the moment, but you can ride these out fairly well, so I'm not hugely concerned yet. I don't have a tiny stack. I don't have a great stack, but I don't have a tiny stack either. See what the flop brings. With our connectors. There's a few things we can work with there potentially. I don't think I'm going to continue here really. Free turn card would have been nice, but really with just the backdoors, it's not really worth getting involved with, I don't think. Backdoors and overs. Not great overs either. Bit of a hand developing here between El Draco and Bosna. Bosna gets out of the way. We're definitely putting in a raise with the King 4 suited on the button. I'll throw a C-bet out here. See how he responds. I'm not playing very many hands, so I should, in theory, have a big hand here. He doesn't seem to be believing me. It's a hero call with king high. Gross. Should have known better, but I'm getting he seems to be drawn out on me quite a bit. So ran a nice hand in the Titan. Got ace queen in against the small stack. Took it down. So we're down to 3 of 4 in the deep impact now. So not chip leader anymore, but still in a reasonable spot. Everybody's pretty close. It seems like Aldraka's the one getting the cards now. Aldraku. We raise with our king 3 on the button. Suited. Surprised Aldraku got out of the way. He seems to like to want to play against us recently. Probably get this through Bosna. Oh, surprise. Bosna decides to shove. And I guess I can't call with a king 3. Well, his last few hands have gone pretty crappily over here on the deep impact table, but that's cool. We're still there. We still got chips. We may be 4-4, but we still got a ton of chips. Still got like 30 big blinds, 30, almost 40 big blinds. Raising king 9 suited under the gun on the Titan table. 30 of 30 at the moment, so I'm the small stack, still 11 to go to the money, so I've got to get some chips at some point. And I've only got like 10 big blinds, so we're definitely continuing on this flop, and we're getting stacks in if he and we're done. So that's the Titan done. So basically our only cash today is in the deep impact, but we are definitely cashing the deep impact. Which we have now got a shove. Got ace 10. I probably can't call with ace 10. Probably can't call with ace 10. So we're just in the deep impact and the Unibet open free roll now. Still in that one. King, king. 2 aces means it's less likely that he has one, so I'm going to c-bet this flop, and he's going to get away from it. Nice to see a walk. That's pretty rare in these at this stage of the game. I don't think I'm going to do anything with my 8 deuce if it comes around. It's yeah, we're certainly not getting involved now. Ace king here on the in the free roll. Got a shove from like 4 big blinds in front of me, 3.5 big blinds in front of me, under the gun. So he's definitely lighter than ace king by range. So we're going to reshove and pick up some chips with any luck. Queens is more than I expected. And the fours got there too. That's a pretty gross run out for a guy that calls off with 8-4, frankly. That's a pretty gross. That's a pretty gross rundown. But hey, it is a free roll, ladies and gentlemen. That's how these free rolls roll. We got queen 8 on the button. We're going to get to check to see a cheap flop. Backdoor hearts. Get out of the way here, I think. Alrighty, we're in for another break. If you were with me earlier, you might have seen these commercials already, but I don't think anybody else was watching at this time, so they'll be new for anybody else who's watching now. Enjoy some commercials during the break.
Now, from Hunt's, Steakhouse Catsup. Made for meat. A hearty new steakhouse taste. Made for meat. New Steakhouse Catsup. It's one of the 4 big tomato catsups from Hunt's. There's regular, hickory, pizza, and new Steakhouse Catsup. Made for meat.
To make fried chicken crisp on the outside, moist on the inside, you've got to get the oil hot enough. Wesson is pure vegetable oil. At frying temperatures, it won't burn like butter, won't smoke like solid shortening, won't smell like oils that need preservatives. Wesson makes fried foods crisp. Wesson, the crisp oil.
This is the FBI. Drop your weapons and put up your hands.
Fighting enemies of the United States is the job of the FBI. Enemies whose crimes are frequently more fantastic than fiction. Inspector Lou Erskine is one of this special breed of dedicated FBI men who protect our country from the enemy within. Watch the FBI in action color on A.
In the quiet moments, there are no words. The important things you say with your eyes. Make sure your eyes are eloquent, beautiful. Make sure with Maybelline, the eye makeup that brings out hidden loveliness. With Maybelline, even eyes like these quickly and easily become eloquent eyes. Remember, the important things are said with your eyes. Maybelline makes even ordinary eyes important. Discover Ultra Brow with the contour brush that softly shapes expressive brows. Ultra Shadow veils soft color with brush-on ease. Maybelline Fluid Eyeliner adds depth and expression. And Ultra Lash Mascara, the duo taper brush softly colors, curls, builds, lengthens. What will your eyes say to him tonight? Will they be silent, or will they be beautifully eloquent with Maybelline? The finest in eye makeup and sensibly priced is always Maybelline.
1, 2, 3, ready or not, here I come.
Dirt hides and elbows, dirt hides and knees, but dirt can't hide from intensified Tide.
Ready or not, Dirt, here comes new Intensified Tide.
Intensified? So what?
So it's the strongest Tide in detergent history. Dirt can't hide from Intensified Tide.
Prove it.
Hide Tommy's dirty socks inside his dirty shirt.
What?
Now, hide the shirt inside the pants leg.
Okay.
Put 'em with your regular wash load and Intensified Tide.
No detergent will get those hidden socks clean.
Well?
Pants are clean. Shirts clean. Amazing. Even the inside socks are clean, heel to toe. Knees, elbows, everything's cleaner looking. Can't hide from Intensified Tide.
Dirt can't hide from Intensified Tide.
Strongest Tide in detergent history.
Jewels for your eyes. See what sparkling color can do. Beautiful jewel tone colors in fine eye makeup by Maybelline. Changes ordinary unadorned eyes to beautiful glowing eyes. Discover Maybelline fluid liners like liquid jewels to give eyes depth and dazzle. Maybelline Ultra Shadows like soft powder jewels. Choose turquoise, shimmers like a tropic sea. Jade green like precious oriental jade. Dazzling sapphire blue, subtle amber brown or blue pearl gray. With Maybelline Ultra Brow soft brush-on color, Ultra Lash Mascara for longest lashes. What beauty treasure. Unadorned eyes look plain. Maybelline eyes are dazzling, jewel beautiful. Jewels for your eyes. The finest in eye makeup and sensibly priced is always Maybelline.
A blade so strong, a blade so sharp, it could only come from Wilkinson Sword, masters of the cutting edge since 1772. Now, put a sword in your razor. The Wilkinson Sword blade, stainless steel, made in England, made like no other blade in the world for long-lasting sharpness. The Wilkinson Sword blade is Swedish chrome steel, heat-tempered at 1976 degrees, polished 16 times, inspected 22 times, stropped in costly Swiss oxhide until the shaving edge is sharpened to 17 millionths of an inch. So smooth, so flawless, so sharp, you feel it on your face. And it stays sharp, shave after shave. Put a sword in your razor. The Wilkinson Sword blade, finest shaving edge in the world.
Buy U.S. savings bonds regularly. Help keep your country strong while your savings grow and grow and grow.
Honey West is brought to you by Sweeta, the concentrated no-calorie sweetener from Squib. Sweeta, the little giant of sweeteners.
Neat and quick, the freshest stick is deodorant stick by Old Spice. You're fresh each hour from shower to shower with deodorant stick by Old Spice.
Yes, here's deodorant protection you can trust. Old Spice Stick. Goes on faster, never sticky. Feels better. Gives you a man's kind of freshness. Try it.
You're fresh each hour from shower to shower with deodorant stick by Old Spice.
Why do so many single men use Old Spice aftershave lotion? Let's ask one. Dave, what are your reasons?
Well, let's see. There's Julie, and Karen, and Peggy, Joelle, and Sandy, and Beth, and Bridget.
Yes, Dave, thanks. That's the way it is with Old Spice. If you're single, or even if you're not, try Old Spice aftershave lotion.
Honey West has been...
And we're back. Hello, fellow humans. A bit late on that break coming back. We're all in with ace queen suited in the free roll now. Check that out. We're going to fold to 5 deuce here on the deep impact, I think. Fold to 6-8 as well. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. It's kind of the whole point. It's so fun to go back and look at the old commercials, I think, and so yeah, I'm sort of intentionally putting them in because I think they're fun. So alrighty, so we're done in the free roll. Didn't get a ticket there, but that's the way it goes. So we're just playing the deep impact now, and when that's done, we'll be finished for the day with our stream. But it has been a successful stream. We are definitely up money for the day. 105 in buy-ins, and we've got 450 minimum of a cash at this point. I think we'll do better than that so far. Alrighty, I think it's time to get some money in with our pair of fours. Oh, that's interesting. Let's fix that, shall we? There we go, that's better. So our fours are still looking reasonably good at this point, I think. Not necessarily going to be much on the that got hit, so I think we're going to call at least one more street, see what happens, especially with just a min bet there. I mean, our fours are not feeling great at this point. It's a good chance that the small blind is betting a 9 or an 8. I'm going to guess not a 9 if they're checking now. Could be spades, could be straight draws. So I think I'm going to throw some money into the pot. And, you know, we'll see what happens. This could be my last hand in this one. We'll see. I'm hoping it's not, but... I think we're going to get this through. I think Bosna's on spades or straight draw. Or maybe even just overcards. That jumps us up to 2 of 4 now. 8-10 with a raise from our aggressive friend, active friend, El Dracu. Yeah, I think the Old Spice is actually pretty close to the original still, Lane. We're gonna get rid of the 8-10, I think. Just noticing your chat. I think the Old Spice still looks pretty much the same too. King 7 suited. I was going to say I'd be pretty happy to get involved with that hand, but not to a 60 big blind shove. Not to a 60 big blind shove. I have a feeling this shove will get through. I have a feeling this shove will get through. Three deuce, not very happy with that. We're just not getting any hands. Just not getting any cards to play with. I'm going to see if I can steal this pot. Just because. Alrighty, so Bosna's clearly got it in for El Dracu. Not surprised, they've been involved in quite a few big weird pots. That said, if the dynamic continues, it'll work out well for me if I pick up a big hand in the small blind there. It shall work out very well for me, I think. I think King 8's an open four-handed. I mean, I'm either under the gun or I'm in the cutoff, depending on how you look at it. I guess I both. Did Dracu rage quit? I mean, they should get through. I'm not raising a ton. They should be thinking that I'm on pretty big hands when I put out raises at this point. Pair of fives. I think there's a good chance this actually walks to me, which would suck, but then again, do you really want to get involved with big with a hand like fives? It's obviously one you like to see a flop with for sure, but or just take it down. So I could have certainly put in a raise there, a pre-flop, and I would do that a lot. But I also think just checking and assessing the flops also good there too. Yeah, the 5-3, I think we'll probably get rid of that in the small blind. If it's suited, we might be more interested with a limped pot like this, but so this is the last event we're playing. It's a deep impact. 4 players left. We are 2 of 4. Chip leader for a good portion of this 4-handed play, but lost a couple of big pots. Fighting our way back though. We were chip leader for a while. We were also bottom in chips for a while. So, comes and it goes, as they say. We still have chips and we still have a chair, so therefore we still have a chance to win this tournament for €11.80. Obviously, taking down a tournament on our first day streaming would be awesome, but I think it's already a win with making a final table, getting down to 4-handed on our first day streaming is pretty decent accomplishment, and I'm going to chalk that up as a win already. So everything else after this is just gravy on the mashed potatoes, folks. Get rid of the deuce 4 here to the shove, I think. Just doing some social media stuff. Now 10 jack, we're going to put in a raise with that, I think. 10 jack suited, very strong hand. And I think we probably call off the shove here in this spot. $12,000, he's shoving like 16 big blinds, and I have 10 jack suited. I think I have to call it off. Jack queen suited, I don't like that. That's gross. Oh well. Still got chips. Probably don't call that off there if he stacks me, but the fact that I outstack him, and I know he's active, so like I said, I mean, he's shoving in there with the queen jack, so I think I can call it off with a reasonably strong hand there, relatively profitably. So I guess with my like 13, 14 big blind stack, that's just a shove with jacks there. Can't really get too tricky anymore, I don't think. And with any luck, I get a nice double up through Draco, because he's absolutely going to be sweet. Set of jacks. I like it. I like it. $10-3, I'm not terribly thrilled with, but we get there for free, so let's see what happens. We flop a pair of threes. This is another one of those where we get in for free. We're in the big blind, so it's worth betting our flop pair. We could have any piece of that flop, and if nobody else does, then we're going to take this pot down a lot of the time. I'm actually glad Bosniak came in here because didn't really want to have to raise and face a shove, which I almost certainly would have from Eldraku with my pair of threes. This way I can limp in behind. Eldraku probably checks to see a flop, and I get to actually see what happens with my threes. And my threes end up in a pretty strong position at this point. Probably strong enough that I'm check calling here quite a bit. With the queen on board, I'm not quite as likely to call a huge bet. Might even be worth me throwing a bet out there once the queen comes. I mean, again, being a small blind player, I could easily have been slow playing a six there on the flop as well. So it's that's part of the other reason why I bet there. Get rid of the 10-5. So we're comfortably back into second chip position here. Bosniak's still got the overwhelming lead after we called off. Kind of light against them. But I think I'll still stand by it. I'll have to go back and look at the replay again and just have a quick look at that one because it was a pretty big pot with a lot of chips. I'm not unhappy with 10 jack against Eldraku. I'm pretty happy with that one because Eldraku has been very, very, very actiony today. So, I mean, yeah, he was in with hand that had me dominated, but he could easily have could easily have been the other way around. And you know, 10 jack suited is the new nuts, right? 10 jack suited is the new ace king. And El Dracu is done to the runner flush. Everything's funner when you go runner, as they say. Pretty gross spot, though. I mean, 2-pair against runner flush. It ends up being a pretty disgusting spot. I think we have to put in some extra chips with this. We can't just let it go to a free flop. Got too much equity in the hand. Hand is too strong. We're definitely not putting him on a king. He shouldn't put me on a king, but putting me on the 10 is probably fairly reasonable. He can actually put me on an ace king with my pre-flop raise as well. Bosnia came back just in time to save the big blind, because I'm not going to raise now that I see them come back. Certainly would have cannibalized that had they still been sitting out, but I got back just in time. Put in a raise here, a bit of a bluff, obviously, but we're on the button and it's three-handed, so Queen 8's not that weak of a hand, frankly. And we got it through. Yeah, interesting. Well, we could be heads up. Let's hope we're heads up, because we're folding our 4-deuce, obviously. So hopefully we're heads up. Ooh, Jack's over. Oh, and the set of 9s flops. We are not heads up. STKK gets there. Gets it in, crushed, and gets there. Isn't poker fun, folks? El Dracu gets it in ahead, and it's runner crushed. Bosna gets it in hugely in front and gets crushed by the 9. I mean, I don't think I'm calling the shove, obviously. Eight, 7's nice hand. Definitely something you want to play with for sure. Technically, I should have the ace. I'm going to fold down on the button. See what happens with Bosna and stick. STKK. Shtick. Gonna fill my vape juice. I think this will be something that I probably check through to the flop. See what happens, assess from there. Crappy backdoor clubs. Decent backdoor straight. We probably check fold this hand if he bets. We get to see a free turn. We could reassess at that point. Probably still check folding now since the turn didn't bring any of our backdoors in. Although I think the king high wins at showdown actually a reasonable amount here. Oh, wow. Just gets there with the deuce. Just gets there with the deuce. Yeah, I'll give him a walk with my deuce 5. Sure would be nice to take this one down. Not looking so good for a win right now, but I shouldn't say that. We still got lots of chips. Still solidly in second. Getting dealt reasonably big aces in our big blind. Life isn't so terrible. Life isn't so terrible. I think we're going to check the all spade flop. And I think we'll do our delayed c-bet on the turn. Always nice to have kings in the small blind. And flop the straight draw along with an overpair to the board. All in's probably not what I want to do there. Probably just want to bet half pot. I think I'd probably call it off there if he decides to shove on me because ace king 8-9 is the only ones, well, 9-king are the only ones that really get me there, but and I still obviously have some outs if that happens. And I do have outs to the ace king or the 9-king, so, or I do have blockers, I mean, to the ace king and the 9-king, so. And we're heads up. We are heads up. We are heads up for the Deep Impact title. 550 for second, 1180 for third, or for first. Oh, sorry, 750 for second, 1180 for first. So I'm obviously behind in chips, but you know, still looking at 30 big blinds, so it's not like we're short stacked here or anything like that. We're gonna hopefully play a lot of flops, see what happens. Our queen high here is gonna be good. A lot of the time heads up, I think. think it's worth putting a bet out. Got the good old 7 deuce. The literal worst hand in poker, although this one isn't actually the literal worst hand in poker because it's suited, which makes it slightly better than the deuce 7 offsuit. Of course, they say deuce 7 is the worst hand instead of deuce 3 because although deuce 3 is the nut low, you can actually make straights with that, whereas deuce 7 is not a gapped pair of cards, so therefore, or it's not a connected pair of cards, I mean, so therefore it is considered the worst hand in poker. I don't really need to be risking my chips at this point. With a hand like this, we're going to get spots down the way, I think, where we're going to be able to put more chips in with better equity. And I think there's going to be spots down the road where I'm going to be able to get chips in with either better hand equity or better bluff equity, one of the two. Seems like calling and playing the flop is the mode de jour. We'll see how long that lasts. Eventually somebody's got to start raising, you would think. That gives us the straight. Just kind of backed into that one without even realizing it was there, frankly. May as well toss out a big blind, see what happens. Could look like I'm stealing against a hand like a king or a queen. I mean, obviously I can check there as well and hope he bets, but I get the feeling that he wasn't betting that round. So I think this might be the hand where we start raising, frankly. Because I think Jack Queen is pretty fucking strong, heads up. I think this is the one we start raising. And we are likely the ones that have the ace here. So we get the pot. Let's see if he decides not to. Okay, so I'm not really noticing much heads up strategy with this guy. Definitely feels like he's playing the cards he's dealt and less about the situation and what's going on. So I'll keep that in mind, I think. So this is another one that I could put in a raise on. But I think this one I'm intentionally just going to check back with the stronger hand. and continue sort of slow playing it when we get the straight draw. I'm definitely calling that to see what we get for at least one street. The king makes for an interesting card. Straight obviously gets there. And anything with a queen got there on the turn, so I mean, that was designed to get value from a jack if a jack is ever going to call there, but that might have been a bluff. That might well have been a bluff. We're clawing our way back. I think king high is good here at showdown a lot, but I'm not going to put too much money in. Should we get some straight draw happening now with the 6? Oh, well, that's not really a straight draw for us. That's a board draw. So we're actually not going to get involved with this now. I don't think. Let him take that. Definitely want to see some cards with this. So unless we're facing like a shove or something, we're definitely seeing a flop. I could play back with the king there. I'm getting the feeling he's playing like he's playing the cards he hits and not playing when he doesn't hit. So when he bets into me, I'm going to assume he's got a piece of whatever's on the board. And when he makes his first raise of heads up, I'm going to assume he's got a fairly strong hand that Jack 2 is not doing great against. We'll come back at him with a raise. They're a pair of 9s. Obviously not thrilled with the overcards on the flop. But I think it's still worth a c-bet of half pot. Nine, 10 of clubs is a great hand at this stage of a tournament. He obviously knew it was a great hand and folded it to me. Bit of a half pot bluff out there. Yeah, it really seems to me like if he hasn't hit the hand, if he hasn't hit the cards on the board, he's not playing the hand. We'll put in a raise here, obviously, with the ace-queen. Got a great flop for our hand. Going to put in the c-bet. We're getting much closer to even now. I'm going to check this one back, reassess on the turn. I took that last one away. Now that I've got the straight draws up and down, double gutties, I'm Definitely going to put some money out in the pot. Half pot semi-bluff. Snap call. I'm not going to waste any more chips in this. There's an interesting snap call with the 6-8 there. Very interesting snap call with 6-8 there. I guess it belies my theory that he's only playing when he gets a piece of the flop, because he didn't have no piece of that flop. Be my first pre-flop fold for heads up, I think. 8-4 offsuit. A lot of real garbage hands for the most part. Doesn't look like any of us have, either of us have hit anything. Raising the queen jack, that's obviously huge under the gun, or in the heads up. Of course, when you face a shove, not so much anymore. There's a lot of pairs I'm going to race against in this spot, I think, because he's doing this with a lot of smaller pairs, probably. But I'm also going to be up against ace king, ace queen, ace jack, and just be crushed. So I think we're out on that one. Check back the king deuce. I like my king high at showdown at this point. And I actually still like my king high at showdown. I think he's found a new gear, starting to bet a little bit more, starting to play a little bit more when he hasn't hit things. Pretending like I have ace 10 here, basically. Oh. Well, you see, it doesn't really work when he has the hand that you're actually pretending to have. I was literally wanted to pretend that I had the hand that he had. That's cool. We still got chips. And it probably means when we actually have it, we're going to get called light, potentially. I think I've got enough of that board to continue. Oh, this is annoying. Shove over my ace 5. Probably can't call ace-5 off either. I think it's time to play his own medicine back at him a little bit. Or her. Or him. I don't know whether it's a him or her, and I probably shouldn't be assuming gender. Oh! Gross! Gross, 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 gross. We get it in good. They call us off dominated, and they get there. So second for 750. Still, I'm happy. I mean, it's obviously I wanted to win this, and it's kind of gross to go out when you get your money in dominated or in a dominating position like that, and the dominated hand gets there. But that's the way poker runs, and you just gotta roll with those. And frankly, I think getting a cash on my first day streaming is pretty darn good. Getting a final table on my first day streaming is pretty darn good, and getting heads up and coming second on my first day of streaming is pretty darn good. So thank you all for joining me today. It's been a fun few hours. We've been on for like 6 hours now, roughly, I think, and it's been a lot of fun. 5.5 hours. It's been a lot of fun. We won some money. €7.50, which is a great little boost to our bankroll. As you can see, we're up to 1908 now, which is, I'm positive, the highest bankroll I've had on Unibet so far. All starting from 0. So this is cool. We are free rolling our way. We're running it up with free roll money, and we're going to free roll our way into one of these Unibet Open live tournaments. Thanks for joining me. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow or not. Probably back Thursday